Good morning, good day and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Today is the official 1 year anniversary, isn't it? I have officially been a full-time indie game developer and streamer for 1 year. Is that not pretty cool? Fucking time flies, innit? Very exciting, very exciting. First one in today, none other than Saxidak. Twice in a row. Man is quick. Hope you're doing well. Second place we have Jin, and third we have none other than Covino. And look at that. Asa. See, I'm even gonna pronounce your name correctly. That's how much this means to me. Thank you so much for that 6-month resub. Appreciate you very much. Who else do we have in here? We have Brent Brava. We have World of Kadal. Nice to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Codin with the resub during the intro as well. Absolute legend. Very much appreciated. Wakacha in here telling me to get a real job. What else is to be expected, eh? Gamian, good to see you as always. Got my friend into Devin. Ooh, nice. They will never be the same again. Probably true, let's be honest. I'm doing voiceovers for my upcoming... Oh wait, VOs? I read that as voiceover. Now I'm unsure if it is voiceover. VO for my upcoming state of the game video. No, it is, okay. Quickly learning what reads well is different from what is spoken well. Yeah, that's probably a good shout. Changing words around so they're easy to say and clear to understand. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like, scripting in general is a little bit tricky. Like, I script stuff every now and again for videos. Sometimes I don't do it. I probably do it most of the time, to be honest. But I think I tend to do it in a way where I almost script it by speaking first, if that makes sense. Like, rather than writing down, like, these are the words I want to say, I kind of, you know, more so I kind of say it and like, I think that's good. Or say it in my head or whatever it might be. Does that make any sense? I don't know. Happy anniversary, Chicken Man. Thank you very much, AE. Damn, that's cool, yeah. Got to tell you that these couple of past weeks made me think a lot about going indie. Oh, really? You rehearse it? Yeah, but it's more so that I flip it the other way. Like, not that I write it and then rehearse it until it sounds natural. It's almost more as... I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is that when I script it, when I write the initial script, I write it in spoken language. Like, I kind of start off from that point. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm explaining this in a very bad way, but I think that's kind of what I'm trying to say here. Because, like, my scripts would look very different if I was trying to make it as, like, a document to be fucking published somewhere. Do you know what I mean? Colon greater than, yeah, the text-to-speech there, absolute ban, yeah. He's been working in gaming industry for 8 years, but has been laid off, still working, but without hours and money for a year now. He's a 3D animator, but wanted him to work with me in my Unreal projects. Got him a free tutorial for 2D games, now he's trying to do it. Nice! Oh, also, I might have just... If this wants to load, that is. I might have just done a little post on Blue Sky as well. You know, in case anyone wants to show some support over there, feel free to do so. So yeah, question is, what are we going to do today, ladies and gentlemen, on this very special day? I think I'm gonna finish my coffee here. We're gonna talk a bit of shit, but then I'm kind of considering whether maybe we should start off the day by doing a little bit of a overview of the past year. Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe talk a little bit about how the year has been, and yeah. NG Tantai, sorry if I'm butchering your name, but thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Darth, good to see you as well. Holy shit, look at that. We have a hype train going. The stream barely started. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I think that should be nice. Talk a little bit about the year so far, because like I said, it's been pretty much exactly 1 year. Look, I might be cheating a little bit. Maybe, technically speaking, the anniversary would have been yesterday. I think my first stream after I quit my job was technically the 2nd of October, but details don't matter. So if anyone says anything, can we all just agree to gaslight them into believing that it was technically the 3rd? Thank you very much, I appreciate you. Yeah, I like my day job, but as time passes, I don't feel that I'm actually having the opportunity to do interesting stuff. So there's always those days where motivation goes straight down the drain. No, yeah, I understand you. And I think that's kind of a little bit why I want to do a little overview of the last year as well, because like obviously there are a lot of positives about being full-time. Hey, Smalls the Kobold with the raid as well. Welcome in, man. How are you doing? Hope you are doing well. What have you been up to? Anything you want to share? Anything you want to show? Let me know, as always. A big shout out to Kobold, yet another game developer here on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and we are working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which you can check out right here on Steam. Hopefully, if everything goes according to plan, we are going to release a demo in like a couple of weeks, which is fucking nerve-wracking. So yeah, please go and wishlist the game and you'll be notified when the demo drops. What have you been up to, Smalls? And what was I saying, Coden? Oh yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to talk about the past year that's been. Because there are a lot of positives about being a full-time developer, but obviously it comes with its fair share of negatives as well. So I thought it could be kind of fun to, as a little way of kind of celebrating the year, just take a little look back at the year that's been, talk about all the positives, the negatives, how it's been going, we can even talk about the numbers if you want to know some actual, do you want to know the monies? We can talk about that, and last but not least, whether or not I would recommend you to do something similar. Because I think I have a fair share of thoughts on this, so I think it could be interesting. Progress going well, really well. We've done the basic blockouts for basically all the UI now. We're just going through old levels, doing some optimization and upgrades. Let's go, man! Turning light map file sizes from 32 megabytes to 22 megabytes using some basic trimming techniques I've learned since. Nice! Optimization is... I find optimization to be really interesting. There's something... I don't know, there's just something inherently interesting about figuring out ways and methods to make stuff a bit more optimal. Do you know what I mean? Would you say that you agree, Smalls? This is a security update, Mad Sharpie. The Unity Hub is probably red with errors. Yes, I did see the emails about that. I did a little announcement on the Discord as well, but good shout. For anyone who doesn't know, apparently they have found some vulnerability in basically every Unity editor version since the 2017 one, which is a little bit of a big oopsie, I suppose. So for anyone who is a Unity game developer, basically what they recommend right now is for you to, before you ship your game, before you publish it, you should update to the new editor and, you know, build it with that one instead to get rid of the vulnerability. If you already have a game that's out, they recommend you to either, you know, update the editor and rebuild the game, or they also had this tool that you can use to basically update the game without rebuilding it, which sounds fairly convenient. But yeah, there's a bunch of, like I said, I did a little post in the game dev section on Discord, in case you want to check it out, because it's probably worth keeping in mind. I trimmed 500 megabytes from my game when I asked it why the cube map they gave me was so big. Oh really? It's interesting when it works and gut-destroying when it doesn't. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I would like to release something before going full-time. After feedback, Crash seems to have some potential to be a reasonable thing. Then I already have some structure to start something more solid. Yeah, I think that's a good way of going about it. Because you could definitely argue that I did it the more risky way. As in, like, I went full-time. Like, I didn't even have a project when I went full-time. I mean, technically I had a few off-shelved ones, like Hall of Honor and stuff, that we showed in the most recent devlog. But like Shroud of Gloom wasn't a thing when I went full-time. And obviously that has been my main project throughout all of this time. But that was basically like 2 weeks into me going full-time. That's when we actually started making Shroud of Gloom. Which, you know, is, I suppose, a bit more risky. But obviously there's a lot of caveats to this stuff as well. There's a lot of factors to it. But even that is not on pause because work has ruined my energy. Yeah. Anyways, not that bad, cheers. Yeah, it's interesting. Which is obviously stuff you have to take in mind as well, is that like, if I would have had my full-time job still, there's no way that Shroud of Gloom would have been where it's at today. Just I just couldn't have put these hours in, right? Let's be honest, yeah, like my average workday is somewhere around like 10 to 12 hours. Like, doing that after coming home from work, I don't think so, I don't think so. We also do have some interesting... Oh no, wait, first of all, did you guys know? This is pretty fucking PogChamp. We just, today, we just hit 600 wishlists on Shroud of Gloom. Which means that we are officially 60% of the way to our current goal of 1000. Not too fucking shabby, is it? I've been staring at that like 599 number for like the past 24 hours or something, just waiting like, come on, soon it's gonna fucking update, right? And it finally did. We officially have 600. What is up, Slaytan? Welcome in, man. It is a serious vulnerability for mobile, but still Unity asks permission in most PC builds too, and that's a vulnerability. Using Unity permission to inject maliciously, yeah. Yeah, because I think where I see the biggest issue from this, I imagine is like standalone downloaded builds, like at least in terms of like for PC. Because like on Steam is not as bad because people can just fairly easily update the game, right? But like if you've downloaded games from itch, there's no, at least generally speaking, especially if it's like an offline game, there's no like update function in the actual build, right? But then again, I don't know how those would be targeted, because I assume that would mean that someone would already have gotten some form of access to your PC. I don't really know. I don't know enough about this. I've done like 2 intro courses to cybersecurity. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Take everything I say with a grain of salt, as always. Yeah, right now my game's average frame time in editor debug mode is around 2.5 ms or 400 FPS. That sounds good. I think mine is quite a bit higher, but my game, I think in editor, I think I get like 700-800 FPS or something. But let's be honest here, my game is obviously a lot more lightweight, right? Like it's a flat 2D point and click game, there's like no physics or anything going on. So for you having 400 for your game, that, at least to my uneducated ears, that sounds very good. Imagine if it was 600 sales instead, yeah, that could have been nice, but nope, we are not there yet. I had to grab the kid from school, going to try to stop by later, no worries, Colin. Appreciate ya. Peepa, welcome in, happy dev anniversary, cheers man, I appreciate ya. Yeah, it feels insane, like... it's crazy to think about the fact it's already been a year since I started my first stream after quitting my job. Like, it doesn't feel like it's been that long, do you know what I mean? It still feels like, didn't we just start this? Like, the Shroud of Gloom game jam, wasn't that like... That was like, at most, a couple of months ago, right? Nope, it's been a fucking year. I don't know, your ray tracing 4K texture 240 FPS physics is gonna be mega expensive, yeah, exactly. It has to be an online published game, yes, that is already on your device. Like, if everyone has Marvel Snap, I can give you a link that looks like a gold gift, and it even opens the game, then injects evil code. Okay, so wait, does that mean that would you not be able to exploit this vulnerability if it was a offline game? Am I understanding that correctly? But wouldn't you still be able to get a link that still opens an offline game as well? I don't know, maybe that would be more tricky, but it feels like that would be possible. I thought I'd do some game dev myself today, but you're streaming, so I'll probably delay it till next year. Let's go, man. We can do some co-working later, and I don't mind some co-working. We do have a bit of stuff we can do today. I just got word from Spectacular. We now have the checked localization finished, so I think we're gonna try to implement that today. We need to sort out some new art. Some general like props and stuff for the manor, so that's something that we could do. And similarly to the fix we did for the arrows when you like hover exits and so on, we need to do something similar for the highlight system. You know, when you hover an item it gets highlighted. That is a little bit weird when you turn a light on and off. It adds a little bit weird. We need to look that over. Something I thought about as well is to potentially add new fonts for like handwritten documents in-game. Just right now we use the same font everywhere. However, I think it could be nice if you find a little letter somewhere, maybe that one should have a more like handwritten font. But that would mean we need to basically find 3 new fonts, because we need one for the languages using the Latin or Arabic alphabets, whatever you want to call it. We need one for Russian and one for simplified Chinese. Then we need to duplicate those for the unlit, or for the lit materials as well. Oh no, actually not, that's not true, because all of them will be lit. Because every handwritten thing in the game is going to be an in-game object, and all in-game objects are lit. So we don't need a non-lit version of those fonts, to be honest. Just realized. So that actually makes it a little bit more simple. Not that it's difficult adding a new font, let's be honest here. I don't even know how to do co-working. Game doesn't have to be online, since it's a link inject. You have to be online when clicking. Okay. Simplified Chinese, you're cutting corners, just do traditional Chinese. I would do localization for traditional Chinese as well, but currently I don't have a localizer for it. So that is the main thing. Like, I think even in my localization sheet and in-game, I have already added traditional Chinese. It's just that right now I don't have anyone to localize it for me, so we'll see whether it makes it into the demo or not. Simplified Chinese is finally finished though, which feels really good. That is very exciting. And Steam did finally they responded to my support ticket about adding the localized title as well, which I think is pretty cool. So first of all, if anyone hasn't, of course, as always, go and wishlist Shroud of Gloom right here on Steam. Click that little wishlist button, would very much appreciate it. But yeah, now if you go to the Steam page, you know, everything looks as per usual. However, if we switch language into simplified Chinese, not only does the description update, as well as the capsule art updates with the new simplified Chinese title, but now the actual game has the Chinese title as well. So like this would actually be searchable. I wonder, out of curiosity, can I search for this if I still have English? Just out of, I guess I could. No, it doesn't. Oh, that's interesting. So you can't search for a game with a localized title in a language that you haven't selected on Steam. I don't know why that sparked my curiosity, but yeah, still I think it's kind of cool. I think specifically for Chinese, I think I'm gonna localize the trailer as well, like actually have Chinese text here. I think that could be kinda cool, fairly easy to do as well, since just switching out the text, I already have it translated as well, it should be fairly easy to do. What else do we need to do? Yeah, we need to test the async scene loading, because that is a little bit iffy at the moment. So I started realizing that we had like just a slight bit of lag whenever you switch the scene into the game. Like it stuttered for just like a moment or two, which started to really get on my nerve. I was like, I guess we have to add some loading screen or something, because I think it's really bad if something happens in your game that could potentially cause the player, even for a split second, to think that the game might be crashing, or that it's freezing, or whatever it might be. Like, we want to get rid of that feeling at all cost, right? So the way I realized how to do it, without even using a loading bar, is that we could just do asynchronous scene loading. So we can basically, as soon as we know that the player wants to go into the game, we can start loading that scene. Like, we don't need to do it when we're switching, right? So we changed it so that now, as soon as the player clicks the start button, we actually start loading the game scene in the background. Since, you know, I have a little, like, a couple of seconds of an animation when you go, like, through the door into the game or whatever. So during that transition, during that animation, we already start, like, loading the scene in the background, which worked really well at first, but then all of a sudden I started noticing that it instead started stuttering when I called the function to load the scene, which now happened when you click start instead. And that is very odd. Like, every now and then it works, and then all of a sudden it will just stop working and start stuttering again. And now almost at a worse point, like it would be better if it stuttered during the switch than when you click start, because that feels even worse. However, I started trying to read about this, and from what I understand, I think it's somewhat likely that this could be a editor issue. So if we try making a build, it's very possible that this just doesn't happen. And in that case, you know, what isn't broken, we don't have to fix. So, yeah, before we do anything too crazy, I think it would be good to try and get a new build up and just test whether this scene loading is working or not. Yeah, I think that is some of the stuff that we can work on today. And of course we have other things as well, like we are gonna need to finish the new trailer at some point. That would be quite important, because we do want to have the trailer out before the demo is out. But at the very least we need to have it ready. I guess I could release the trailer at the very same moment. Huh. That's a good question. I haven't actually thought about this that much. I wonder what's best. Should I release the trailer like a couple of days before? Or should I release the trailer like the same moment the build goes live. Something to consider, I suppose. Oh, the only annoying thing is that if we're gonna release the trailer earlier, I need to change the call to action. Because the plan was to just have, instead of wishlist now, we would have play the demo now. But that doesn't work if I released the trailer like a week before the demo comes out. We can't say play the demo now if you can't actually play the demo now. Do you know what I mean? So in that case, I suppose we would have to actually set the date and be like... Or you do play the demo soon, but that feels a little bit... That's probably not good. No. No, in that case I think we need to do something like play the demo the 27th of October or something like that. Like actually set the date in the trailer instead. Something to consider. The good thing about the trailer is that it is like 99% done. That might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but basically all we need to do is switch out some of the footage, because we've had a bit more polish in the game now, which I think would be good to show off. You know, we have the new cursor animation, like lock the doors shake when you try to open them. You know, those small little tweaks and stuff I think would be really good to have in the demo, because it just gives a lot more visual feedback. There are some text things I want to tweak as well, because I think right now in the trailer we say solve the puzzles, but I think that should just be solve puzzles. I don't know. I know Hilford commented on that as well, the fact that like solve the puzzles ends up sounding a little bit less natural, so I think we might change that. What is up, Lupo? Welcome in, man. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Did you know if you cut a corner, 2 additional corners appear? Depends on how you see it. You could argue that only 1 more corner appears in the general shape, but if you count the previous corner that's folded in, then yes, you get 2 new ones. Yep, that's true, that's true. Philosophical way. How you doing, Lupo? Hope you're having a good Friday. Is it weird that I don't have the game loop, but I'm already figuring out my credit screen? No, I can't say it is. I do a lot of things weirdly. Like I made my credit scene very early. I started adding achievements like a couple of months into development. Like a lot of those like classic things that I think people do like right at the very end. For some reason I ended up doing them very early too. I think it's because it's fun to do that kind of stuff as well. Like there's something fun about just putting this little thing together too, making the whole package seem a little bit more complete or whatever. So yeah, I can't say shit. Beats Creations, welcome in, man. How are you doing? Congrats on 1 year, man. Cheers. Appreciate ya. For anyone who doesn't know, Beats is yet another developer here on Twitch.tv. He's working on a physical game, a physical card game that you can also play on, what is it called? Tabletop Simulator. I think that's what it's called on Steam. So go and check him out if you haven't, he's a cool guy. Today is the exact day you started game dev? No. Today is the exact day... Almost. Close enough. Today is the exact day when I went full-time. I started game development like 1.5 years before that or something, but it's basically 1 year since I since I started the first stream after quitting my job. Which means that, you know, I've been working full-time as a game developer and streamer for 1 year now, which is pretty dope. Unity Coder, Morjestaväli, how you doing? Yeah, you got it, let's go. Beat Battlestar Galactica, oh really? No idea what you're saying, Unity Coder, but good to have you as always. Also, I thought about something. This is just a...
UnitIcoder_com just redeemed VIP for 150,000 points.
Look at that fucking guy. Holy shit. GG, well deserved. Thank you very much for all of the support, Unity Coder. I very much appreciate you hanging out here lurking. You've collected a shit ton of channel points, man. Because I know you also you have redeemed the supporter redeem as well. So cheers, man. And yeah, what I was gonna say, speaking of the supporter thing, because you, Unity Coder, are in the credits of Shroud of Gloom. And obviously, your username hints to your website, right? unitycoder.com. But since you can't, I don't think you can use dots on Twitch, it's _com. So my question to you was, because I have a system for overriding the names in the credits. So it's just something I thought about the other day. Would you rather have unitycoder.com in the credits? Let me know if that's the case. Or anything else, for that matter. As long as it's, you know, safe for work and, you know, appropriate and so on. I spent all my points on TTS. Well, I don't mind anything else. It's completely up to you. Like, I will credit you however you want. With some slight caveats here and there. Generally speaking, I will credit you however you want. Big Nose, welcome in. How you doing, man? Good to see you again. Hope you've been well. What's up? We are currently half celebrating my 1 year anniversary as a full-time developer, which is kinda cool. So yeah, I'm quite excited. It feels, I don't know. It summer feels like a normal day, because it kind of is. Do you know what I mean? But it's also, I don't know, it's fucking insane to think about the fact that it's already been a year. Unity is on the splash screen as well in my game, yes. It is. I think in my, at least in my version of Unity, you would have to pay to not have the Unity splash screen. If I'm not mistaken, I think you can remove it for free in Unity 6, but I have not updated yet. But yeah, Unity Coder, in case you want to change the format or change the name or whatever it might be, just let me know and I'll do it. It's quite literally one command in the chat, so I'll sort it out easily. Is that whiskey behind you? It is indeed. I'm starting to run a little bit low though, to be honest. Like 90% of those bottles have like 2 glasses left or something. Fucking, I'm a indie game developer, I can't afford whiskey anymore. I'm joking. I mean, kinda true. To be fair, I don't, like, I enjoy whiskey, but I don't drink it very often. Like, I think on average I might have like a glass a month, if even that. But I do enjoy whiskey. There's like an expensive one. None of them are like super. I think my most expensive bottles are probably around like maybe $50 or something. Which is like a fair bit of money, but you know, there's whiskey bottles that cost like hundreds of dollars. So it's all relative, isn't it? They drink whiskey and cola mixed. I just saw one today buying them. I think rum and coke is more popular, as far as I'm aware. I mean, you can definitely you can mix whiskey as well. Of course, there's stuff like Irish coffee as well, which has whiskey. But in general, I'm not much of a mixer. Like in general, if I would be drinking, I tend to either drink beer or just plain whiskey. Why drink whiskey? You can just sniff benzene. Probably let's not do that. You drink whiskey because it's nice. It's nice to have a little glass of whiskey every now and again. Don't overdo it though, kids. Oh well, kids, you shouldn't drink it at all. You don't do it. But for other people, just moderation, whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. Anyway. Damn, how are we looking for the demo release? Overall, I feel pretty good about it. Most of the important stuff is done. The biggest glaring problem right now is that the actual precise content of the demo is still not fully decided. Just I think what I'm gonna do is slightly switch around the content and the puzzles, change the order of stuff a little bit for the demo to make sure that the demo is as good as possible. I think that would be worth it. But yeah, I don't know, maybe if I should try and focus on most of that off stream. You know me, I tend to like to keep as much spoiler territory stuff as possible off stream, just so that even for you guys who are watching the stream here on a consistent basis, you can still kind of enjoy the experience, not knowing constantly what's gonna happen. Nobody should drink alcohol, older John. I mean, you know, from a health perspective, kind of fair point, you know, can't really argue against it. Okay, should we get into it? Should we get into it? Or drink coffee or tea or eat anything with sugar in it? Tea is kind of fine. Come on now, tea is kind of fine. I mean, coffee has a lot of benefits as well. I think those are... There's more caveats to it, but you definitely shouldn't overdo it with caffeine. There's definitely a limit on how much caffeine you should get in your body, but those actually do have some benefits too. Like even coffee, what is it, like a lot of antioxidants or whatever? Also, this is not medical advice, just I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. There's a reason Systembolaget exists after all. There's a reason you need to be 18, 16 to buy an energy drink. I think they changed it now to 18, didn't they? I think it used to, like, when I was a kid, I think it was 16. But I'm fairly certain they changed it to 18 in Sweden. Chamomile tea? I drink a fair bit of chamomile tea as well. Like, to be fair, I actually mainly drink, like, non-caffeinated herbal tea. Like, of course, let's be honest here, I'm drinking coffee right now, but I have, like, 1-2 cups of coffee, and then the rest of the day, I basically just drink a bunch of herbal tea. I just like having a cup of, like a warm cup of something, do you know what I mean? I think that's mainly what it's about. I mean, sugar, coronary artery disease is the thing that kills most people in the world. Yeah, sugar I will not defend. But I also, like, if you're talking like coffee, tea, this kind of stuff, like I never drink it with sugar. Like I drink my coffee plain, I drink my tea plain, which I think some people find weird as well. A lot of people want like milk and stuff in their tea. I don't know, I'm a very plain type of person. Do you know what I mean? Like when I drink coffee, I just want straight coffee. That's all I want. When I drink tea, I just have tea. I don't put anything in it. When I have whiskey, I don't have no ice. I don't have no... Some people do little water drips or whatever in it. I just drink it plain. Like, I don't know. I just tend to prefer stuff in like the plain way. What happens if someone consumes too much caffeine? Well, too much caffeine can cause a few issues, because I think it could cause some heart issues, if I'm not mistaken, if you get like a... Because you can basically kind of overdose on caffeine as far as I'm aware. Once again, I'm obviously not a fucking doctor, this is no medical advice. I don't fucking know, I'm just repeating things I think are true. So, you know, do your own fucking research. But, yeah, I think there could be slight problems with your heart and stuff if you ended up drinking way too much caffeine. And then you add banana on pizza, no logic there. But banana belongs on pizza, let's be honest here. Is that not what, like, banana is for? Never heard of young people getting heart attacks? No. Heart attacks? Probably. From drinking too much energy drinks, yeah. Yeah, I think it's mainly the heart that could get a little bit iffy if you would very much overdo it with caffeine. Yes, hearts, no worries, man. I'm just messing with you. Speaking of caffeine, cheers. What is up, Nymph? How are you doing, man? Happy full-time streamer and game dev birthday. Thank you very much, man. Arthur Shoots coming in as well. Good to see you, man. Guten Tag. Ich heiße Shirpi. Ja. Ja. Dankeschön. Achtung! Yeah, that is the German of the day. Let's let's stop with that now. Nowadays they add sugar to meat products because they don't taste good enough. I mean, they pretty much add sugar to everything, don't they? Like, if you would actually walk around the supermarket and like inspect all of the stuff on the shelves and so on, like, today it's hard finding something that there isn't sugar in. Like, you can't even buy like even beans. You buy beans and it's like they've packed in a bunch of extra sugar in it. It's fucking beans. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not half the point of like white beans are that they basically don't taste anything. They're still good though. I ate a whole fucking bowl of beans yesterday. Beans on toast, eh? Yeah. I like your latest sellout Discord post. Cheers, man. CubeSat, welcome in. How you doing? And thank you very much for the follow. With gamedev, I have a question. How do I start as one? When I don't have any education on coding whatsoever. I didn't either. The way I started was just by trying. I just started following a few tutorials that didn't go amazingly, so then I just started tinkering around in Unity, and you know, with time it gets easier and easier, and all of a sudden you realize that, you know what? this isn't so bad anymore. It's definitely tricky at first, but like especially when you don't have the coding, like that is kind of the biggest bump at first, but you can definitely do it. I started without any education or experience whatsoever, and I'm like, what, almost 3 years in now, or something? Yeah, I think I'm around 3 years in. And, you know, I'm definitely not the best programmer out there. Like, I probably do a lot of stuff that isn't, like, super optimal. But I would say that I have gotten to the point where... You know, I've basically gotten to the point where I can almost make anything I want. Like, if I want to make some system or do something, like, there's very few times that I wouldn't know a way of doing it. It might not be the best way, but I could probably get it to work. And, you know, getting to that point is really nice. Like, when you can start feeling a bit independent. Of course, I still try to learn new things every day and so on. Just there's always something you can learn. But yeah, overall, I think you should just start. I did actually, in case you are interested, I did make a little devlog showing exactly how I made my very first game. Need to eat, be right back. No worries, Cube. Catch you later. Happy anniversary. Thank you very much, Stevie. How you doing? Welcome in. Chirp is a language nerd, so for him it was easy. I don't know. I mean, I know you're probably joking, but it would be interesting to know if it had... Because obviously I spent like years obsessing over languages, like spoken languages in general. It would be kind of interesting to see if it had any impact. It probably did have something minimal, like it's not gonna be like, oh, it was 50% easier for me because I studied languages. No, that's not what I'm saying, but I wouldn't be surprised if it had a little bit of impact. Because I've made the argument before that I actually think programming languages are a lot closer to spoken languages than we might give them credit for. Because they basically, like, all the same stuff is kind of in there. Do you know what I mean? Like you have grammar in spoken language, right? But you also have syntax in programming. Syntax is literally a synonym of grammar. The syntax in programming is which order will you put in which format, in which order do you write the things? Like, where do you put the variable? Where do you put the this or that? Like, that's basically grammar, right? You also have vocabulary. Like, if you don't know, with like C#, if you don't know the different variables you can use, like with bools, ints, floats, whatever, or the standard functions you can use, update, start in terms of Unity, you know, things like this. Like, that's basically your vocabulary instead. And once again, if you mess up either your syntax or your vocabulary in some way, what happens? Well, the computer misunderstands you and does something completely different. Just like if you would mess up your grammar or vocabulary when speaking to a human. Like, the consequence is that either he completely does not understand you, which in computer terms is an error, or he misunderstands you, which is a logic error inside of programming. So I actually, you know, I would make the argument that programming languages and spoken languages are probably... I'm not saying that they are like the same exact thing. Of course, there are a lot of differences in between them, and like, you know, programming is a little bit more rigid and so on. But I think there are more similarities than we might give it credit for. It's a real thing to learn coding. You have to have a language logic in your brain, yeah. I also started to learn coding when I was 13 years old. I learned everything on my own using books. Now I would maybe watch a Udemy course or YouTube tutorials, yeah. Yeah, I started with like YouTube tutorials and, you know, a handful of help from ChatGPT and stuff. The main thing that I think people need to be wary of there is that they actually try to learn. Like, truly, like, that sounds silly, but you actually do need to put effort into trying to learn the things that you're doing. Because when you rely on like tutorials or AI to help you out, it's very easy to start you know, like almost unconsciously just doing the same thing or copy pasting stuff, and you don't really think about what you're doing. And if you start doing that, then you're not gonna learn anything, right? So I think you have to. The only caveat I would put with that stuff is that you have to put some actual effort into trying to not become too reliant on it, like trying to learn the things so that, like, preferably, you know, of course there's exceptions for this, but like if you watch a tutorial on something, like preferably you should have learned the thing from it afterwards, right? So the next time you're gonna implement something similar, you probably shouldn't need to go back to the same tutorial again. Of course there's caveats here where, like, you know, if it's something super complex you use every 4 years, like my argument is not that you shouldn't be you should feel like a failure because you looked something up. That's not what I'm saying, but I think you get the general gist of what I'm trying to say. Yeah, like you still need to put some effort into trying to understand and trying to learn. Currently I'm having a cold, so I'll hide underneath my blankets again, but I wanted to say hi. No worries, I hope you get better, Stevie. When a 13-year-old boy can learn C++ without education, you can do it too. True. I'm horrible with words and my memory is horrible, but I understand about 7 different languages. So for me, visual coding was way easier. Interesting. Yeah, and I think that's fair as well. Like, I don't think coding, like conventional coding, might not be for everyone. And there's so many ways to make games today, as you said, with like visual coding and stuff. Like, if that's more your thing, I don't think there's anything wrong with just using blueprints, or if you're doing it in Unreal or some other visual scripting thing. It's basically just another method of doing the same things, isn't it? I think I very much like coding, but obviously that's subjective, right? Like I enjoy looking at code and like writing code. In my case, I would probably, this is an assumption because I have never actually tried visual scripting, but my assumption would be that I just wouldn't enjoy visual scripting as much. I actually don't think I would. But once again, this is obviously subjective. Like, you know, if you are the complete opposite, that is completely fair. I know the logic behind it, I understand reading coding, but I just can't remember anything. Okay, depends, do you like puzzles? I do, and I assume that your argument here is that visual scripting is like solving a puzzle, but in that case my counter argument is that I think coding is puzzle solving as well. Just once again in a different format. It's kinda like making a puzzle. No, I think you are right, but for me, I think there's a lot of like puzzle solving in conventional coding as well. Because every little bug you get, every little error, that is like a little puzzle you have to solve, and you have to look through your code to find a little solution, or when you might want to make something or whatever. Coding is more like a mystery, larger puzzle. Is it though? I don't know. Like, yeah, if you're looking at the entire code base, but perhaps, but you rarely do that in, I would imagine you rarely do that in visual scripting nor in conventional scripting. Like, most of the time, I'm working between like a handful of functions or something. Like, I'm not working with my entire code base. So I don't know, I think they are fairly close in that sense. I hate looking at blueprints because they are so hard to understand. It's a bad communication tool, and coding, in my opinion, is about communicating your intentions to other developers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think. But once again, this is an assumption. Maybe I would try like Unreal blueprints and be like, holy shit, this is so fun. This is fucking awesome. But my like emotional assumption would be that I don't think I would enjoy it as much. But I don't know necessarily if it's a bad communication tool for everyone, because I think if someone's brain is just a bit more wired for the visual scripting. Like, if that just makes more sense to you, then you could probably argue that it's the better communication tool for that person. So, yeah, in the end, like, I think it's just very individual, you know? Very individual, subjective, whatever you want to call it. Unreal made blueprints for the artists. It's easier for them. Yeah, I think there's a pretty good argument that visual scripting is probably more approachable for like the general person. I think there's a pretty good argument for that. Because like if you have no experience with code, it is a little bit weird getting into it at first. Because there's so many things you don't understand. Like not just in terms of like the like even small things like where you need a semicolon. Just like there's things there that I know now, but I still don't know the reason why. Like for example, if I put like a line of code somewhere in a function, I need to put a semicolon after it, right? But I don't put a semicolon after like the initial if statement. Why? I don't fucking know. I have no idea why I don't put a semicolon there as well. You could argue that could perhaps be seen as like less intuitive. I'm not saying it's made for all artists, but for their own artists, yeah. Because it is a condition, not an instruction. But isn't that arbitrary in some regard? Because like a variable that I declare at the top of my class, that's not an instruction, but I put a semicolon there. So it feels like I said, I very much understand the format. Like I never put it. I never like accidentally. I mean, that at some point I could probably do it like typo wise, but like I know I'm not supposed to have semicolons after like the switch case or like or like an if statement or whatever it might be, but. It feels like a fairly like arbitrary distinction. Whereas like my assumption would be that visual scripting is a little bit more like maybe a bit more intuitive, maybe even a little bit more consistent in how you do things, like the format. Of course, a lot of, you know, caveats here. This is assumptions. I've never done visual scripting. But that's why I would assume. But yeah, once again, with that being said, I still think I would enjoy coding more. I don't think I would enjoy visual scripting as much. Because once I started to kind of get the hang of coding, I felt like I don't know. I kind of grew quite fond of it, if that makes sense. When artists made a change to a character, they had to wait a few days before the coder had time to try it out. With a blueprint, they could make the changes themselves. Yeah, and I think that kind of goes into the argument of it just being maybe a little bit more intuitive, a bit more approachable. Like for the general person who doesn't know coding, I would assume that visual scripting is, you know, a bit easier to get into. You're telling your computer to create something and reserve memory and giving it a value. It is an instruction to your computer. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But couldn't you... Okay, I'm being very much like pedantic and the devil's advocate here, or whatever you want to call it. couldn't you argue that an if statement should be considered an instruction as well? And I guess it doesn't in like the very logical way, in sense of like it probably doesn't tell the computer to do the same, like some operation of sorts or whatever it might be. But it still feels like you should, because it's doing, like, shouldn't you argue that the instruction is to do the check on the condition? Or is that, no? Why would you do visual scripting if you can code? It's visual, so for artist brains it's easier than looking at numbers and words. I don't know. I don't know if I see it the same way there. Because I think some people might just enjoy visual scripting more, even if they do know how to code. Maybe an artist brain who was forced to learn programming, but, you know, they still prefer visual scripting. Nerds. The code that should do more designer-friendly tools to help the artist, like with scriptable objects in Unity. You can call a function within an if statement that changes your state. But I would never do something like this. True, but I'm talking about you. But that's also interesting, because, I mean, I did digital art way before I started programming. I think I'm more conventionally creative in like a visual sense than I am like technical for the coding or whatever. When you learn coding and embrace it, there's no logic to going back to visual scripting as it's more limited. Okay, maybe. Yeah, that might be the case. Yeah, I suppose that is fair. Then you can also do a mix, right? Because in something like Unreal, you could technically do both blueprints and coding in the same game, right? Like, so I guess it could be one of those things where it maybe depends a bit on what you're doing as well. Like maybe some people just do, I don't know, blueprints for like the simpler stuff, but when they do like the really complex logic for the overarching game logic, they maybe do that in C++. Could argue that the visual scripting is something that you have to learn too, just depends on if you want it more visual. Oh no, I absolutely think that you would have to learn visual scripting as well. However, I do think it's probably easier to learn for the general population or whatever. Like for most people, I would suspect visual scripting to be a bit more intuitive and a bit more approachable to learn compared to coding. I think that's kind of the distinction I'm making. I'm not saying that someone would look at visual scripting and just go, yeah, I get it. No, I don't have to put any thought into this. But I think it's, for a lot of people, I would suspect that visual scripting is just easier to get into. Visual scripting can be faster though, like way faster. Oh, interesting. How is that? Why is that? In Unreal, many use a mix of C++ and blueprints. Why code when you can NPT? What is NPT? Welcome in, Jin. not. Oh, why code when you cannot? Have you decided anything on the separate demo page or not yet? The functions are already done, no need to write tens of rows of code. Oh, I see, I see. You meant faster as in like, it's faster to get the thing to work. Okay. I initially took it as it being more faster like performance-wise. Like the code will run faster if it's made visually. But I don't think that's what you're saying. I think you're saying that it's just quicker to make the functions, since you don't have to write all of the extra lines of code or whatever, because that's kind of behind the scenes, under the hood already. Okay, yeah, that's fair. I think I will go for it. That way, if there are negative reviews, they can be on the demo and not the main. I mean, that is a pretty good shout as well. Because, yeah, I think one of the good things, potentially, about having a separate demo page is that it's another place where you can get feedback. It's probably not a great look if your demo is, like, heavily negative reviewed, but at least you're gonna find out why people don't like it, right? Whereas, just like, of course, we have our little feedback buttons and whatnot in the game. But for the general Steam audience, I think it's a greater chance of them skipping the feedback button, but leaving a review. So I think in general, you might end up getting more feedback, which is obviously always important. I think I'm starting to lean towards doing a separate demo page as well. I wasn't going to at first. At first I said I was gonna do the demo on the same, like on the main page or whatever, like combine them. But, yeah, Foolbox also mentioned the fact that I think you get some more visibility. I think there are some lists somewhere where your demo would basically only end up if it is a separate page. Don't quote me on it, because, you know, I haven't really looked into this myself, but I think it could be the case. Free and trending, hopefully? Yeah, I think that might be it. So your demo reviews affect the review of your final game if you combine them? No. It's just that if you combine them, they cannot leave reviews on the demo. So after all of these people try my demo, there's nowhere to leave a review. Which you could argue affects them, that could affect the main game, because when you release the game, that will be the first time people can actually put reviews on it. And now you might have missed some feedback that you would have gotten in the demo reviews, which you now haven't fixed, and therefore you now get those bad reviews on the full game. So like indirectly, yes, but it's not in the sense of that, like, you know, someone would rate your demo and that would affect the main game immediately or whatever. It's not in a direct way. Because, yeah, if you, like, one of the advantages of having a separate page for your demo is the fact that people can leave reviews, because otherwise they can't. There is no review button for a demo that resides only on the main store page. When I check out my 90% complete teaser trailer, currently has a few black gaps / screens, but those are placeholder for mini clips of gameplay footage. Let's do it! Send it! I'm gonna snooze this ad. Yeah, we can check that out, and then for the next ad that comes out, I think I'm just gonna go and get myself some tea, and then maybe we should do as I mentioned, just first start it off having a little overview of the past year, what it's been like to be a full-time game developer and streamer, and then we can get back to work as per usual. That's kinda what I'm thinking. Estrogen, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Do you have a link, Jin, or... Oh wait, are you sending it to me? I see you sent me some message, yeah. Of course, any feedback is more than welcome. Okay, let's check this out. Let me pause the music. How you doing, Estrogen? Not Shadow coming in as well. How's it going, man? So far, so good. Gonna check out Jin's new trailer here. Then the plan is that, as mentioned previously, we have actually been a full-time game dev and streamer for 1 year now, which is pretty sick. So the plan is to maybe do a quick little overview, just talk about the year that's passed, and then get back to work. Working on a project, trying to rush it out. Do you have some deadline, Estrogen? Congrats, man. Cheers, Shadow. Okay, let's check this out. I don't know how the volume is gonna be, but I'll sort it out. I think that's good. Reft between life and shadow fade, purgatory waits something. Marriage spans the living thread, few arrive, few await from dread. Korea hungers, gnaws at despair, feeding on anguish, silent, aware. At least, I think it's good for reading in your head. I think maybe the text displays a little bit quickly, at least for reading out loud, which might be common for content creators, because it's a fairly easy way to try and make it more engaging for the chat. I think it's fine for just reading it normally, but you end up a little bit slower when you read it out loud. So that's the first thing, potentially. Pod sprawls wide, the darkness sighs, eyes unseen in the void that spies. So even now, when I was a little bit quick, I can almost just about finish reading it. Sigils slumber, roots asleep, one by one their blood runs deep. No creed redeems, no chance awaits each step, each spell, the essence. No hand, no guide, no comfort in light, only survival through endless night. This looks sick. The music's nice too. Roots awaken, the final tree may rise, casting its verdict, shattering skies. Nice little... I assume that's some particle effect? Living is torment, escape the toll. Death is the end, yet feeds the soul. Marriage in Draria coming soon. Wishlist now. Let's fucking go. It's looking really nice. It's looking really nice. The main thing I would say, obviously for anyone, if you're wondering, the quality is a little bit low here, but I think that is because we're watching it through Discord. You can't send two big files. But overall, this looks really nice. I would probably see if you can make the text stay on screen slightly longer. I just add, I don't know, maybe an extra half a second or something. I mean, you'd have to try it. I think if you try reading the text in a like somewhat normal manner, if you have time to read it, then I think it's good. Out loud, that is. Because I think I could easily read this in my head. But I noticed that when reading it out loud for chat, it got a little bit stressful. Overall, really good shit. Here is the Steam page as well. If you want to check it out, people, make sure to hit that wishlist button. Support our fellow developers. Thank you, broski. And yes, 100%, the text needs adjustments, but it do stay on screen a bit longer during the actual game intro, which is skippable. Okay. But for the teaser trailer, I thought it could be paused and not necessarily read out loud. Okay. Good point if anyone is gonna read it out on stream. Yeah, because there's something where obviously I don't sit and read stuff out loud when I'm like, if I'm playing a game by myself or watching something. But whenever you're streaming, it's an almost natural instinct to read things out loud. So for like content creators, I think it would be good as well. Okay, ads are coming up, so like I said, I'm gonna take a short break here, and then we're gonna get through talking about how this last year has been. So thank you very much for your patience, as always. The blood spots in the trailer will be replaced with gameplay footage, yeah. Makes perfect sense, thank you. No worries, Jin, of course. Anytime, anytime. Yeah, I wanna... I think it's because it feels like it makes it slightly more engaging for the audience when you read it out loud. Because it's a very natural instinct. Like, while I'm streaming, I would do it unconsciously, you know. Like, as soon as I'm presented with some text in the game, if there isn't some voiceover thing, I will probably end up reading it out loud. I haven't really thought too much about that until now. Like, this is like kind of the first time that I'm actually properly like contemplating this, but it made sense. It does make sense. Okay, ads are running, so like I said, I'm gonna take a short break here, but I'll be back in just a minute or two. Appreciate ya. Cheers. And with that, we are back. Thank you for your patience, as always. I actually never noticed it, but you're right, all the streamers I watch, especially gaming, always read things out loud to the chat, especially for people who just listen and don't watch, yeah. That's a good point. And even if they like, even for the people who semi-watch or whatever, like, if you have just a stream going on like your secondary monitor while you're doing some work or whatever it might be, or maybe you're gaming yourself, if the streamer reads out certain prompts or dialogue without voice lines or whatever it might be, it ends up being easier for you to kind of follow without having to pay as much attention. So I think it is very common. Missing some gameplay. It's working on 2 trailers at the same time. One is just a teaser cinematic and one is gameplay. Okay. Hey, World of Kadol, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate you, man. How is your game going? For anyone who doesn't know, World of Kadol is yet another game developer working on his game, which is called World of Kadol. Did you have a Steam page up? The full gameplay one is still in the works, so thanks to JP and his suggestion, those black spots in the cinematic will be replaced with gameplay footage, even if just small snippets. Captain Krabs, welcome in, man. Congrats on 1 year, thank you very much. Codin, welcome back, good to see ya. It's going good, glad to hear that. You don't have the Steam page up yet, fair enough. Got my YouTube, feel free to link your YouTube channel if you want. So people can check it out. Yet another Swedish developer as well, represent. There you have it, people. Go and subscribe, support our fellow developers, as always. Okay, so like I said, I think before we get into the actual work, I've been chatting shit for some time, holy shit, it's almost been 2 hours, we haven't done fuck all yet. But that's fine, it's Friday today, innit? Sometimes we can have a little bit of a chill stream as well, but we are gonna, you know, we still have a demo in the works, so we need to do some work today. But before we do that, my plan is pretty much, as previously mentioned, that we're just gonna quickly go over the past year, the ups and downs, the pros and cons, all of that good stuff, the money's in, the money's out, in case anyone is curious about that kind of stuff. I think that could be a bit fun. Is that good? I think that's good. So yeah, as I mentioned, today is officially the day where I have been a full-time indie game developer and content creator for an entire year. It's the 1 year anniversary. So for the past year I have been working on this game, Shroud of Gloom, which you should wishlist, because we do have a... If everything goes according to plan, we should have a demo out in just a couple of weeks. So make sure to go and hit that wishlist button. So, the things I basically want to talk about today is... Well, first of all, why did I do it? Like, why did I decide to do a full-time? Why did I quit my job? And also, in general, just how it's going. With the negatives as well as the positives, because this is not, you know, this is not gonna be some like cute a day in the life of a full-time developer. Everything is all wholesome and stuff. Like, obviously, there are some disadvantages as well to going full-time. Last but not least, we're gonna talk about the actual numbers, the monies, the figures, how is it going financially, as well as whether or not I think this was worth it and if I would recommend it to someone else. That is pretty much the plan. Very Swedish of you, this is not cute while everyone else sees it as cute. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I don't know, I think the reason I say it is because there's a lot of... I don't know, I think it's very easy to get a very glamorous view of being like a full-time developer. I think anyone who inspires to be a game developer, probably, at least a professional one. Like it obviously is different if you're just doing it for a hobby. But I think it's very easy to kind of over-glamorize it to the point where you maybe don't consider like the negative points of doing something like this full-time as well. So I think it is something I think we should, at the very least, skim over. Even as a hobby, it's brain-breaking, yeah. I mean, that is kind of fair, Like, even, like, I had tough days even before I quit my job, right? So... Speaking of which, why did I quit my job? So, for anyone who has been watching the stream for a long time, you might already know this, because we have, I mean, I have talked about this before, but basically, for the past 10 years or something, I had been working a job that wasn't bad by any means, but it was never something I was, like, truly passionate about, if you know what I mean, which I think a lot of people could probably relate to. Like, it was a job. That's what it was. Like, I went there to do my work, to get my pay and go home, right? So after a very long time of doing that, I started getting a little bit more tired of it. Like I said, it wasn't like I hated my job or anything. I just wasn't very passionate about it. But I started developing games on the side about, like, I guess 1.5 years earlier. 1.5, 2 years earlier or something like that. And, you know, for anyone who doesn't know, I am a very obsessive person. Like, when I get interested in something, I get, like, really into it, and it's, like, all I can think about. And, of course, that happened with game development as well. So, basically, all my free time, I started trying to learn how to make games, which, for anyone who's interested in, I have posted 2 other videos about how I made my first game, as well as my full, like, first 2-year journey of game development. So, check those out if you haven't. But yeah, after I got into game development... But Overcatch just sending a link about autism. You know what? I wouldn't be too surprised. Honestly. I actually wouldn't. But yeah, after I got into game development, I realized that I really enjoyed it. Like, once I got over the hump of basically making my first game, and I started, when coding started getting a little bit easy and stuff, I realized that I, like, truly enjoy working on this stuff. And not only game development in itself, like, I truly enjoy just developing and programming, like the creative aspect of building something. I think I've always been a bit of a creative person, and I also have a very broad interests or whatever. So game development is basically a umbrella term for a lot of different aspects, right? Like, obviously you have the developing, the actual coding, you have the game design, you have like the making the art, the sound effects, all of that stuff. And I think that is something I very much enjoy, because it never gets stale, because there's always a variety. You can always like jump in between these things, right? And no matter what, with that, I started to considering that maybe I should try and switch careers and instead see if I could, I started considering whether I should maybe switch careers into something IT related. Not necessarily like game development, but just something in the IT space, because, ever since I've been a kid, I've always enjoyed, like, I've always spent too much time on my computer, right? And I don't know why I never considered it when I was younger, but I basically came to the point where I was just like, why wouldn't I do something like this for a living instead? Like, I actually think I would enjoy it a lot more. So I started looking into some different career paths. More specifically, I actually ended up applying to like 4 different like higher vocational educations, or whatever it might be called in English. And fortunately enough, I had pretty good grades from school and stuff, so I basically got in firsthand into every single of those courses that I applied to. And, for better or worse, I think that made me a little bit cocky. Because at this point, as I mentioned, I had been working for like 10 years, saving up money and stuff. So I had a fair amount of savings. And on top of that, with getting into all of these educations, I kind of started thinking, if I can get into these now, that like this easily, I could probably get in another year or 2 as well. So I decided to kind of pivot, and I actually basically I ended up saying no to all of these different educations or whatever, and decided to instead take a little bit of a leap of faith and just try my hands at game development full time. Not necessarily to like make this into like a, hugely successful career or whatever. Like, a big part of it was just me like taking some time for myself, because at this point I had been working full time since the day after I finished school. And like, I have never been unemployed in my life. So I was like, I'm still young. I don't have that much responsibilities. If there's any time for me to really do something just for myself, it is now, right? And since I had been streaming before, back in the days, like basically the first time I ever streamed was like a decade ago or something. I know, it's pretty crazy. So I decided to not only try my hand at being a full-time developer, but also live stream all of it live. Because I think there's a few there's a few benefits to doing something like that. Like, not only can you argue that it might not be the best type of marketing, but it is a little bit of marketing to my game. Like, I do get the game out there, right? Like, at least some people will see the game. There's also a lot of other benefits, such as, you know, it's fun. Like, I really enjoy streaming, so, like, why not take it up again? And of course, I also get people to help me a lot with stuff that I don't understand yet, because, you know, I'm getting a bit more comfortable with programming and stuff, but I am by no means like a proper professional, right? I still have a shit ton of stuff to learn. So yeah, that is basically why I ended up deciding to go full-time. So let's talk a little bit about how it's going so far, both in terms of game dev as well as in terms of like content creation and streaming. And overall, I would actually say that it is going pretty well. Like, the game I'm working on, Shroud of Gloom, is like, obviously is not out yet, but is not doing too shabby. We are currently sitting at exactly 600 wishlists, and we are like a few weeks away from releasing the demo. It has taken more time than I maybe initially thought. I think after I finished the game jam, I might even have said once that I was going to finish this game in a couple of months. That has obviously not happened. It's been a full year now, and we have barely released the demo yet. Right now, we are probably looking at a release in like early 2026, something like that. But overall, I think it's doing well. Like, 600 wishlists is something I am very thankful for. It might not be like it might not be enough to what people like Chris Ochavsky would recommend you, right? Like, preferably at release, I think you're supposed to have something like 7 to 10k wishlists. So, you know, relative to that, we are still quite far off, but, you know, it's going the correct way. And hopefully, you know, with the demo release as well as the Horror Fest that we have entered now at the end of October, we could maybe get a few extra eyes on the game, which would be quite good. When you love it, it's not really taking anything. I would love to do game dev as a living, but I need some kind of income for that. Yeah, that is definitely something to consider. You might do better on streaming ads than the game. Wait, what you mean, Wolfit? What's up, Blue Blue? Welcome in. What did I miss? It is our 1 year anniversary as a full-time game dev and content creator, so I thought we'd take a little time here just to reflect on the year that has passed. Mitsutin, welcome in as well. Something to be proud of anyways, yeah, I agree. See how it ends up and start on the next project, yeah. Yeah, right now the plan is basically just to take it as we go, right? Pons, the one and only. Welcome in, man. How are you doing? Big shout outs to Pons, yet another game developer as well as streamer here on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. What have you been up to? Anything you want to share? Anything you want to show? Let me know. We are currently celebrating our 1 year anniversary as a full-time developer and content creator, so I'm just taking some time here to basically reflect on the past year. Happy anniversary, thank you, Blue Blue. Let's go for a romantic dinner. Single player local games is easier to leave for other projects. They don't need constant updates like multiplayer mobile games. Yeah, that's a good point. Doing UVs. Do I even know what UVs are? I don't know if I know what UVs are. GG, hell yeah, congrats, thank you very much, Pons. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, coming in, my name is Mad Sherpy. We are also a game developer, currently working on Shroud of Gloom. This little bad boy. Go and wishlist it if you haven't. I wonder, you know what? I might actually pause the alerts for this. Someone remind me to turn those on after. Thank you very much for the raid, Pons, and get a raid and run. No worries, man. I'll catch you later. Okay, so what we were saying, yeah, we talked about how gamedev is going. We also have the content creation, or mainly the streaming. Like, obviously I've posted a couple of videos to YouTube, but like the main place where I have been like really consistent in terms of content creation is on Twitch. So here we can actually look at the actual numbers, the analytics for how it is going so far. And I would say that in general, it is going quite well. So, this is my full timeline on Twitch. As I said, I've been streaming a long time, but as you can see here, it's been very sporadic. Sorry for the flashbang. I wonder, can I do this? Oh, look at that. But this is the very moment where I went full time. The 2nd of October 2024. I know it's technically the 3rd of October now, right now, but can we all just skip that and pretend that this is 2nd of October, because I couldn't stream yesterday? Thank you. If anyone else says anything, can we please just gaslight them? Appreciate ya. And as you can see, since then, we have been on a pretty much... we have been on a pretty big upward trend. So, like, overall, I would say that it is going quite well. How do I see... Happy 1 year and 1 day. Scammed. Congratulations, Aftershot. Come on now, guys. We're gonna, like I said, we're just gonna pretend like this is not the case. Wait, can we get the... There we go. So, on Twitch, I'm currently sitting at an average of 35 viewers, which I think is pretty great. Like, you know, it's... I'm not like the top of the top or whatever, but... As someone who streamed for years in front of like 5-6 people, it's a big difference actually having a, you know, fairly big community that does show up. So also a bit of a second here to just say thank you all. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, this is another one of the stats from, this is basically where I went full time. So far so good. We can see here that in... Yeah, as you can see, I have now streamed a total of 1,048 hours inside of the software and game dev category. Which is, you know, that's quite a lot. And actually, speaking of being the top of the top, like I said, it's interesting because you might consider me to be a very small streamer. Mainly because you would be comparing to like, I don't know, Asmongold or like XQC or someone. But in terms of the actual stats on Twitch, I am technically in the top 0.84%. And mind you, this is only comparing active channels who have streamed in the last 30 days. So, although we are, you know, although we aren't one of the biggest names on Twitch or whatever, like, we're actually doing pretty good. Like, being in the top 1% of anything is pretty pog, as you would say on Twitch. Spore should be number 1. Spore for real. I did play Spore. It's been a good while though. I think we played Spore like 4 or 5 years ago or something. It was way before I went full time at least. Yeah, I think Spore was cool. I think Spore was cool until you, well, until you like got out of into space or whatever. At that point, I kind of fell off. I was like, I don't know if this is really my thing anymore. Like, yeah, the first part, I think the like bacteria up to like when you control your one character, you can like fly and all that shit, like you're on land. Like that part is fucking fantastic. I would even say that maybe when you start getting into the like tribal stage or whatever, I feel that's kind of when it starts going downhill. And then at the very end, when you get into like the space, I was just like, nah, this is... I didn't really get it. We can also see my followers gained here. So let's see here. This is basically when I went full-time. I was sitting at 795 followers. And in the past year, we have climbed up to about 1,700 followers. So, you know, I've more than doubled my followers in the past year. I think that's pretty cool. So yeah, overall, I would say that we're actually doing pretty good on Twitch. YouTube, maybe not as well, just because I haven't had the time to push as much content to YouTube as I would have liked, but you know, I have a lot of things to do, right? Like, you know, I'm juggling a lot of balls here, so it's Wachacha, shut up. No, stop it there. Most views are bots now. I would play only the bacteria cellular part. Interesting. Played the beginning stages a lot as a kid, yeah. No, I think the beginning of Spore is cool. And yeah, as I previously mentioned, I also think there are a lot of other advantages to... streaming on Twitch. Like, in terms of course, I get some financial support from, like, subscribers and stuff. And I also... I would suspect that the vast majority of my wish lists on the game are from Twitch too. So although it not being a massive number, you know, it still has some impact. But the most important thing, in my opinion, is the fact that I get so much like good ideas and help in terms of like coding, and you know, I've learned so much from you people that it's actually pretty insane. I don't think I would be half as good as a developer if it wasn't for you guys. So yeah, overall, I would say that it is going quite well. But like with all things, there are pros and cons, aren't there? So we should also talk a little bit about the negatives of going full-time. And I think the main thing here is going to be under the umbrella of stress, right? There's a fair bit of financial stress, mental, as well as physical stress. The most obvious thing here being the fact that I have been like absolutely burning through my savings. So there's definitely a bit of like financial stress about like, how long am I gonna last? Like, when do I need more? When am I gonna need more money to start coming in? Like, how long do I have before I need to like get another 9 to 5 and so on? Like, you know, it's hard to not have these type of questions kind of going around in your head, and that does put a little bit of stress on you. There's also all of the mental aspects about just like creating a game and putting so much time and effort into a product. Because like, I've spent a year basically pouring my soul into this game, trying to make it the best it can be. And after all of that effort, it's very difficult to not start like questioning whether, is this game gonna be good enough? Like, are people actually gonna like it? Or am I gonna release this into the void and no one's gonna see it? And, you know, those type of questions, which is, you know, another form of stress. And then, of course, we have like what I would consider a bit more like the physical stress. And here I think we should do a bit of a caveat. There's a bit of a disclaimer here. Because this is, for me as a person, how I have been affected by this. I'm not necessarily saying that anyone who would go full-time, either as a content creator or as a game dev, would suffer from these consequences as well. So, you know, just keep that a little bit in mind going forward. But the first thing is basically the fact that I do probably overwork myself a bit. Like the whole concept of working 8 hours a day basically went out of the window as soon as I started. Like I think my average streams are like 10 hours or something, and most of the time I continue working on the game or on content or whatever it might be after the stream as well. I would assume that over the past year, my average workday is probably around like 12 hours or something, which is like a fair bit of time, right? Like it certainly, you feel it, do you know what I mean? My sleep schedule is also completely fucked. Like last night I basically worked until like 3-4 a.m. or something. So that's not great either. Don't tell my partner I said that, by the way. But obviously this is where I kind of put in the... This is why I wanted to mention the disclaimer that this is for me personally. Like this probably wouldn't be the case for everyone, right? But as I mentioned previously, I am a very obsessive person. Like when I get into something, it like consumes me. And obviously when I have this much passion for something, that will be the case. So once I start working and stuff, I have a very hard time like taking a break. If you haven't noticed from these like 10-hour streams where I take a total of like 10 minutes of breaks. So yeah, I'm not saying that this would be the case for anyone, but I'm just letting you know that so far this is the case for me. Maybe in the future I'll manage to sort out a little bit of a better work-life balance or whatever, but yeah, I don't know. And with that, there also are some other issues. I think mentally, even working this much, I think I'm doing quite well because I am so excited to work on my game. But as some of you know, I've actually started experiencing like physical consequences out of this as well. Since I work so much and I sit here in front of my PC like basically all day, every day, working on the game or working on content or whatever it might be, it has... I should probably also mention that I probably don't work out as much as I should. I should probably exercise a bit more, fair point. I know people are gonna say it. You are correct. But yeah, basically it's gotten to the point where I have started to experience literal pain in my hands from overworking. I think I am in like the... How do you say it? I think I'm at like the starting point of getting like carpal tunnel syndrome or like RSI or something. Like I have to wear these compression gloves on a daily basis to kind of deal with the pain from it. And that's, it's not great. It's not great by any means. Once again, this is kind of on me because I just don't take enough breaks. I don't exercise enough. Like, I'm very well aware that these things could be avoided. That's what I'm trying to say here. So once again, I'm not saying this would be the case for everyone. I'm just stating how it's going for me. Do you know what I mean? Last but not least, since this takes up a whole lot of my time, I think it's also fair to say that during the last year, I have probably seen my friends and family a bit less compared to what I used to. Which is only natural, right? Because I spend so much time working on this stuff. And I'm not saying this like I never see friends or family anymore, of course not, but like it's probably not as much as it used to be, so something to keep in mind as well. And although I keep giving all of these disclaimers, I think it's important to actually consider whether this could happen to you as well, because it's very easy to sit there and say like, oh yeah, just have a good work balance, just make sure to sleep, blah blah blah. But when you are basically self-employed and you're working on a product all by yourself, it is very easy to justify overworking yourself. Because the issue is that when you have a normal job, it might be that, when you go on vacation, you might have like co-workers that kind of pick up where you left off, like the machine of the company keeps going forward, right? When I stop working on my game, everything stops. There is no progress being done as soon as I stop working on the game. And when you are responsible for all of that, it is very difficult to kind of balance that. Like, I find it very easy to justify overworking myself, if that makes sense. Because, like I said, I just know that whenever I don't work on the game, all progress stops. If, like, not only am I not getting closer to the release of the game, technically speaking, if I take one day off, I am pushing the release forward one day, right? And, it's... So yeah, basically what I'm trying to say here is that it might be easy to just think that, yeah, that wouldn't happen to me because, I would just make sure to only work X amount of hours and so on. But once you're in it, just keep it in mind that it is possible that this could kind of fall upon you, whether you wanted it to or not, right? Okay, let me catch up with chat here a little bit. Can we rant about the end of the game Spore? We definitely could. Collect as much benefits as you can and escape Sweden. I'm not collecting any benefits whatsoever. I didn't even get the A-kassa, if you guys know what that is. Which I technically could have gotten. Don't burn yourself out, buddy. Yeah, I'm trying not to. Like I said, it's weird though, because mentally I don't feel like I am. Like, mentally I feel fine. Like, it's more so, right now, my biggest issue really is my hands, right? Like, physically, my body is starting to tell me, like, calm the fuck down, man. Do you know what I mean? Did the same, was trying to update my UI 2 in the morning yesterday. I fell behind on my workout schedule last month, but hey, I get to do game dev, worth it, yeah. I got wrist cushions for Christmas. We should do push-ups every day for stream. We probably should. Rip Chirpy. It's very tricky because you want the game out and have a limited budget, but you should definitely take some breaks and do other things, yeah. No, and I think that is fair. Like, I think the main thing I probably should do is just to get better at taking breaks. But like I said, it's so easy to justify not to, and especially with streaming as well. Because I'm gonna be honest, like, when I have, like, right now we have 32 people in here watching. Like, it's hard for me to not feel a little bit responsible for, like, entertaining you guys or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Because no matter what, this is kind of a... like, most of you are probably here for some type of entertainment value. And when I go on a 15-minute break, let's be honest here, like, half of you guys are gonna nope out of here and go and do something else. So that's also yet another one of those things that kind of messes with you a little bit, where I definitely find it a little bit harder to take breaks during stream as well, because it's like, I wanna keep it going or whatever. Winpoo, welcome in. I got a wrist exercise bag off Amazon, great to keep at the desk, and there's a simple forearm workout with a pole, a string, and a counterweight. Those two things keep your forearms to fingertips healthy at the desk. Yeah, I think I should get some stuff like that. Because I've seen there's these things as well that you can, partly these classic workout, the little V tools that you can kind of clench. There's also the opposite one where you put, like, rings around your fingers and you, like, stretch them out with, like, there's some rubber things that, like, try to pull it together so you can work. Exercise your hand the opposite way. In general, I've started trying to do more hand exercises, and so even on stream, we now have a redemption for stretching, which is, like, legitimately the reason I added it is because now I can get a reminder to actually kind of take care of myself. So, this might be a bit fucked up, but basically what I'm doing is that I'm putting the responsibility of taking care of myself on you guys. I'm currently working on my game in my free time, but that means working 8 hours a day, and in addition to that, I work 4 hours on my game. Cheers. Wait. Oh no, that is a... Righty. That is a Twitch alert, so that one isn't paused. Cheers, Wakacha. I'm here for the 15-minute ad breaks. There are popular Twitch streamers that don't entertain the chat. Some HTC are chasing out Hive Mind chat. Yeah, I think that is a little bit different though, because you're comparing it to popular Twitch streamers. Let's be honest here. Streaming is a lot easier the bigger you are. It just is. Like when you have a core audience, you don't have to put in as much effort. That's just the case. And I'm not just comparing this to like H2C. Even now, streaming in front of you guys now with like 33 viewers or whatever is way easier than streaming to 2 people. It is night and day. Like as soon as you start having a chat that's kinda keeps going, streaming becomes a lot more enjoyable and a lot more easy. Something that I think a lot of people don't think about. Like basically when you're starting out, not only is it harder because obviously you're starting out in a void of like millions of us streamers and stuff, but you also have to put in more effort to try and stand out, more effort to bring new people in. You're often limited on what they can do or say. For them to make a mistake in just thousands of dollars, if not tens of thousands. Yeah, no, that is a fair point. Like if a really big streamer would get like cancelled or something, or even worse, like is that even worse? I don't know. Or like if you would get like banned on Twitch. Like if you get banned on Twitch for a month as a like professional full-time streamer, that is a huge fucking dent in your income. Because it's easy to think that, okay, they're just gonna miss out on the donations and the subs for like 1 month. But that's not the case. If you get banned on Twitch, every sub you have basically gets cancelled. So a lot of the really big streamers have a bunch of like sleeper subs, like people that might not be watching them as much, but they are still subscribed, basically paying them monthly. And when they get banned, those will get cut off. And, you know, only a fraction of those people will come back to resubscribe. So like your actual subscriber count could dip by a pretty large amount. There's a lot of viewers that want to be entertained, but there's probably just as many viewers that want to entertain the streamer. Keep that in mind. Yeah, probably a good point. Probably a good point. Algorithm just doesn't care about you if you have 1 viewer. Yeah. Yeah, Twitch just doesn't. YouTube is a lot different. Like YouTube, TikTok, whatever it might be, it's very easy to just organically blow up on those platforms. Like even if you... Like I posted a TikTok when I had like 50 followers and I ended up getting 250,000 views on it. Right? My first YouTube video, my first language YouTube video that I posted ended up getting over 100,000 views in like the first couple of months. Like on those type of platforms, it's fairly easy for that stuff to just organically kind of accidentally happen. Whereas on Twitch, like discovery is a big problem on Twitch. If you are just streaming in front of 1-2 viewers, like the effort you need to take to get out of that like 1 to 5 viewer range it's a tough challenge. And that's why most people today recommend that legitimately, the best way to grow on Twitch is to grow on another platform and then have, you know, try to convert those people into being, or just show boobs. You can do that too. That could work as well, to be fair. At the end of the day, it's just a bunch of shirtless dudes trying to avoid boredom. Yeah. I mean, Chirpy, show your boobs. Oh, fucking hell. Boob reveal when? No. Okay, but that was some of the negatives, but of course it hasn't all been negative. There has been a lot of positives as well, so I think we should talk about that too. And I think probably the biggest one that I have to mention is just my happiness, right? I am so much more happy doing what I do today. Like, I'm doing something I am legitimately passionate about, and that makes me feel very fulfilled, right? Like, every day I wake up and I am legitimately excited to get to work. Like, I'm excited to start my stream and continue working on my game. Like, before, you would just wait until Friday so you could finally have your weekend to yourself. It has become the opposite for me. Today is Friday, and most of the time, when I end my stream on a Friday, I kind of go, shit, now it's a weekend. I have to wait until Monday to start streaming again. And, like, you know, like, it's... Like, that is by far the biggest pro of this right now. The fact that I truly feel fulfilled doing what I do. Other pros or other positives include stuff as, you know, I've connected with a lot of like-minded people. I've met so many cool streamers here on Twitch. Regular gaming streamers, a bunch of game developers who are also pursuing this dream, who not only is it nice to like get connected to these people, but you know, they've had literal impacts on like my game and the future of it. Like I've learned so much from I've learned so much about like game design and like programming and the business of game dev, like how to go about releasing a game on Steam and stuff. I've even gotten set up with publisher meetings through other game developers that I've met here on Twitch, which is like not something I take for granted, right? That is a pretty huge opportunity. So that is a massive that is like a massive advantage to all of this. Not only is it other streamers though, like, you know, I don't wanna get too wholesome here, but it truly is you guys as well. Like the chat has been so valuable to me just to have you guys here on like a daily basis. Like I've gotten so much valuable ideas for stuff to do in my game. I've learned so much more about programming. Like as I've mentioned before, I truly don't think I would be half as good of a developer if it wasn't for you guys. Like every day I learn something new because we have so many like smart and like very knowledgeable people here in the chat that help me out with stuff that I haven't learned yet. And that truly does mean a lot. Also, I think that the like community in the software and game dev category is one of the most supportive communities on all of Twitch. I truly do. Like, as I've mentioned before, I have streamed for like 9 years outside of this category, doing like, I actually started off doing digital art in the what was then called the creative category. I've streamed gaming, I've streamed IRL stuff, like I've done a bunch of other types of streaming in my life, and I have never met a community that is as supportive as the software and game dev category. Like, there's so many streamers here who will legitimately, like, the first time I raided Irish John Games or like the Captain Coder, at that point I had like, I don't know, 7 viewers or something, and they were sitting there with like 70 plus viewers, and they would completely stop their stream to talk about my game and to show my game off to their channel. That am I gonna cry? I'm not gonna cry. Fuck you guys, I'm not gonna cry. But yeah, they would legitimately like stop everything they're doing just to show. Holy shit, I'm actually gonna cry. Fuck off. Fuck you guys. I'm not crying on stream. But yeah, truly, like what I'm trying to say is that like seeing people be that supportive of something you're doing, like truly does mean so much. And yeah, I really do value it. I really do. Holy shit! This is about to be the first time I cry on stream. I didn't fucking expect that to happen. I'm fine. I'm fine. We're doing good. We're doing good. Okay, let me catch up with chat here. Wait, we're still not game deving? We will do later. Right, you self-publishing or did you find a publisher? No, so far I haven't gone with any publisher. So far it most likely looks that... It most likely looks like I'm going to self-publish. The only caveat here, I'm gonna snooze this ad, is that I'm not opposed to having a publisher. Basically the way I see it is that I might go with a publisher if someone would give me a... Basically, if someone would give me a offer that I cannot refuse. At that point, I would be open to having a publisher. But most likely, I'm gonna self-publish. Maybe the journey is the friends we made along the way. True. You're not fully game the streamer, you're pools and hot tub streamer too. I mean, you could argue that that is technically true. Such a wholesome memory. No, but it really is, and I truly mean it. Like, it means so much to see people be so supportive, and you know, it truly changes how I am as a person too, because it's like infectious. Like, I cannot help it. As soon as I started noticing that people were this supportive, I became this supportive. Now, like you probably noticed, every time someone raids me, I always ask them if they have something to show off. Like, if I know that they have a game on Steam, I always bring it up, and I want to, you know, I want to show it off to my audience, because I know how much that can mean to someone, so, because I know how much it meant to me when people did that for me, so I cannot help but to want to return the favor to other people. Did anyone clip them not crying? Don't know. Little did he know that it was not fine. Terrible day for rain. Yeah. Yeah, so I think those are definitely some of the big positives about this. But let's also talk about what some of you might have been waiting for, the actual numbers. Let's expose the actual numbers. In case you guys are curious, I'm fine doing this, so let's do it. Because, you know, it's not all about money, of course not. We're doing this for the passion, we're doing it for the fulfillment. However, you know, for the people who are interested, I feel like I should probably share how it's going just financially as well. Is it raining indoors or is Chirpy crying? So let's do that. Let's do just that. Here we have it. Okay, so... No, shit. Give me a second. There we go. He's crying. I'm not crying. I mean, I was fucking close though. I didn't think I would be. Like, I thought, no, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna get emotional over this, but I was pretty fucking close, mind you. I was pretty close. I'm gonna be honest, that is the truth. So yeah, in terms of the financials, right now, my total... Hello? Why is... Oh, wait. Dynamic options. This is not acting the way it should. Oh, maybe I might know why. Sorry, having some technical difficulties here. My pen does not want to play along. Are you set... What are you set to? No, mode is pen. Do I need to switch to A sprite instead? Size, aspect, spacing, harness, force, smooth stroke. Everything looks fine. Okay, I think it's good. It's acting a little bit weird, but oh well. Ads? Nah. Let's skip those. Doing not for the money, just for the fulfillment is good for game dev, bad for prostitutes. I mean, it depends though, individual way. Every time you open Paint, I'm reminded of a certain someone who I think worked for a large gaming company. Krita not Paint. It's not Krita either. It's Gimp. Yeah, that's Gimp. No worries, man. Okay, I think it should be fine. I think it should be fine. So, right now, in case you were curious, my total expenses is sitting at somewhere around... Okay, fuck off. Why is it doing this? Smooth stroke? Do you see how it lands first? That becomes like a straight line. Okay, I can't use my tablet. Let's not use the tablet, because I don't know what's going on. So yeah, right now my total expenses is sitting... I'm gonna get so pissed off soon. Is sitting at right around $17,600. That is basically the expenses I have had over the last year, which is, you know, a fair amount. Are you counting the money you used on the game, or are you adding your own expenses? So yeah, to be clear here, these are all of my expenses. Everything, my rent, my food, everything for the game, like quite literally everything. And I do this because some people consider this in different ways. Because you could argue that this is not an expense for what I do, right? And I think that is technically correct. However, I also think that if I would have still had my full-time job, I would have had this money today. Because at that point, I would have been making more than my expenses. So in actuality, I would have had more money, right? Like the way I see it, I count these as expenses towards this journey, because like this is what I have to invest to be able to do what I'm currently doing. So yeah, I should have probably, you know, I should have probably explained that first, but yeah, going forward, that is what I mean by expenses. If I would have still had my full-time job and just done this on the side, I would have still had this money. Therefore, personally, for me, I think of this as an expense of what I'm doing, because if I didn't do this, I wouldn't have had to pay this money, right? And then we have my actual earnings. We do this just to be a bit more clear. Whoops. Yeah, look at that. Fancy. Fancy. We know how to color stuff. And then, after this, we have my actual earnings. So, first and foremost, we have game development. So far, from my game development, I have earned a whopping $11, which is, you know what? It's not nothing. So to be clear, this is like, since Shroud of Gloom obviously hasn't been released yet, we are not making money from this game. So this is from the handful of games that I have released on itch. I think I've had 3 total sales or something, amounting to a total of $11. You know what? It's more than 0. I'll take it. Then, of course, we also have Twitch, which by far is where I have earned the most money so far. And one of the reasons why I am so appreciative to anyone who generously is supporting me here on Twitch. Let's skip this ad as well, because it truly does help out. So over the past year, from Twitch, I have earned $1,596.06, which, you know, is a fair amount of money. Like, that is definitely not nothing. Because here's the thing, like, this obviously doesn't pay my rent, right? On average, I'm earning a little bit above $100 a month. In reality, it's more so that 1 month I might earn $60, 1 month I earn $80, another month I might earn $300. Like, obviously, it fluctuates quite a bit. But this truly does help out. Like, there's been a couple of months where I have almost been able to pay my rent with the money I made from Twitch. So, you know, it's definitely not nothing, and I truly do appreciate the people who are supporting the stream. But this is also not everything, because we also have donations, which are technically outside of Twitch, right? So there is a bit extra here, where from donations, I think I have earned somewhere around another like $250. So by far, at the moment, Twitch is like, by far at the moment, I'm definitely earning most of my money from Twitch. Hopefully in the future, you know, we might have a game that will bring in a bit of income as well, which could mean that maybe, you know, I don't lose as much money. But so yeah, basically, with this being said, I am currently sitting at around minus $15,753.94. Which is a fair bit of money, you know? Like, looking at my savings accounts and not seeing this money anymore is, you know, it's a little bit tough. But overall, you know, once again, I get to do something I truly enjoy, and, you know, that does change how I see it quite a lot. $1.6K in a year from streaming thrice a week, actually. Let's be specific here. Pretty decent. Yeah, no, it's by no means bad. Like, I am very fortunate to be making some money here, because, like I said, it truly does help out. Like, every dollar I make is $1 less I have to take out of my savings account. And of course, like, it would be nice to not lose all my savings, right? That's still not too bad. If you stream more, it might go up more. Yeah, probably a fair point. But that should be tiring mentally. Not saying stream more just for the money, yeah. Yeah, because there are reasons as to why I choose to only stream three days a week, which is that, you know, I have other stuff I need to do as well. Basically, you know, the content creation stuff, if, you know, because I do try to post stuff to YouTube every now and again as well. And there's also all the stuff for the game, which are in like spoiler territory, which is stuff I might not want to show to all of you guys right now. Because, you know, I want you guys to be able to experience my game in a nice way as well. And if you know everything that's gonna happen, if you've seen everything in the game, that feels like that would affect your experience playing it. So like the off days are also partly for me to be able to work on like the ending of the game or like the puzzle solutions and stuff like this. Basically, you need to stream 10 times longer and you'll break even. Not bad, yeah. If you run out of money, just make a donor goal. Humanitarian help. Did you participate in any game jams in this year? I mean, Shroud of Gloom started in a game jam, so if you count that, then yes. Other than that, no. Thanks for the update about Unity. So far, one of the games I bought has updated because of it. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up here. I cannot skip this one. But please stick around, because after the break, we will get into whether or not I think this was all worth it, and whether or not I would recommend it. I'm gonna take a short break here as well, just to get some more tea, but I will see you guys very shortly. Yeah, the Unity stuff is interesting. I actually ended up removing my downloadable games on Edge for the time being. Okay, the ads are running, so let me just take a minute here and I'll be right back. Cheers. And we are back. Sorry that break ended up being a little bit longer than intended, but I do appreciate your patience as always. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, we have gone over the positives, the negatives, the numbers, all of that stuff. What is up, Jin? So, next up is, of course, whether or not I think that this was all worth it so far. And, you know, the short answer is yes. Like, of course, as I mentioned previously, like, the biggest thing here is that I feel truly fulfilled about what I'm doing. I'm truly passionate about what I'm doing right now. And that is such a nice feeling to have that, of course, I think this was worth it. I would even go as far as to say that even if I don't make it in, like, you know, societal terms or financially, whatever you want to call it, as in, like, if I burn through all my savings and I have to end up getting a regular 9 to 5 again, I still don't think I would ever regret this time. Because, you know, I had one shot, and one opportunity to seize everything I ever wanted. And, you know, for once in my life, I truly did something for myself where I could put like all my time and efforts into something that I am passionate about and, you know, pursue that dream. And I struggle to see any... I struggle to see a scenario where I would look back on this time and not think that it was worth it. Ever think about streaming on YouTube as well for like a YouTube specific audience? Yeah, I've toyed with the idea sometimes. I don't know, like... One thing is that my audience on YouTube is very different. Like, I have almost 5,000 subscribers right now. Like, 4,500 out of those basically subscribed to me for language content. So I don't think that would do much for like how successful the stream was. And when you are still as relatively small as I am not entirely certain if multi-streaming is worth it. Because when I only stream on one place, that becomes the place to go to, right? Like everyone gathers here. Of course, I might be missing out on a few people on YouTube, but I don't know, I'm not certain if I would like to basically split my community, which is kind of what multi-streaming is in some regard. I don't know, I haven't thought super deeply about it, but we'll see. Streaming does not go down well on YouTube, but devlogs do. Yeah.
Oi, what's good?
What's up, Spectacular? Obviously, I have been trying to post a few devlogs and stuff, but yeah, I also think that streaming, like YouTube is just a much worse platform for live streaming, in my opinion. Like, I am surprised at how, like, difficult it actually is to find a YouTuber that I am subscribed to and see them live. Like, because there's no section where you just go to, oh, these are the live streams. Like, I don't know, I find streaming on YouTube to be... It just doesn't hold up to the same standard as Twitch, in my opinion. I also think that Twitch has a very different community. Like I think that the community on Twitch in general is a lot more tight-knit to compared to the communities on YouTube. But yeah, last but not least, before we end this, we obviously have the question of whether or not I would recommend this to someone else. And like the truthful answer is, of course, that it depends, right? I don't know you, your circumstances, so I can't really give you like a straight answer of whether or not I think it would be worth for you to go full time, because there's a lot of factors to it. Basically, what I would say is I have 3 points. Like, number one is, like, if you want to. Because I don't think everyone necessarily wants to go full-time as a game developer, nor as a streamer or content creator. Like, some people enjoy just doing this for a hobby. Some people don't want to make it their, like, main mission in life. And I think that's completely fair. Like, because there's also the whole argument about whether doing the thing you love for a living could turn it into something you no longer love. That has not been the case for me whatsoever, but it is something to consider. So first of all, you just need to really reflect on yourself and see, like, do you actually want to do this full time? And if the answer is yes, my second point would be, like, are you actually in a position to do it? Like, once again, you kind of have to reflect on your own circumstances and stuff. Because, once again, it depends, right? Like, I'm taking a huge risk. As I showed you earlier, like, I've lost a fair bit of money doing this. And not everyone is, like, has the opportunity to do something like that. So, but if you are fortunate enough to be in a position where you have the ability to do something like this, then I would go into point number 3, which basically is if you think it would be worth it, regardless of the financial success or whether you make it, quote unquote, make it. Because I think that's also important. Like, if you go into this thinking that you are going to be successful and that you would regret it if that is not the case, then you probably shouldn't, let's be honest. If that is the case, then you should probably keep doing this on the side until it works out that way first. However, once again, if the answer was yes to all of these different points, like if you truly want to do it, and you truly are in a position where you are fortunate enough to be able to do it, and you think it would be worth it regardless of how successful you are, in that case, I would recommend it. But obviously with a lot of caveats here. Like, I cannot be the one to convince you whether you should do it or not. Like, you have to truly self-reflect and see if it makes sense for you, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and try to, like, persuade someone from doing it. But I'm also not going to, like, just tell everyone to go and do the same thing, because there's too many factors to it. But in general, if all those 3 points related to you or whatever, then I think you might be in a position where I would recommend doing the same. And yeah, I think that is pretty much it. So, does anyone have any closing questions? Any questions from chat before we finish this off? Let me catch up here first. I'm wondering what your plans are for the year to come. Another year of Shroud of Gloom, more solo games, more team games, or do you want a smaller or larger scope for the next game? Good questions. The plans for the following year is obviously, hopefully, to release Shroud of Gloom, maybe in like the first quarter of 2026 or something. And, you know, at that point, we'll just have to see how that goes. And, you know, if that goes well, then, of course, the plan is to continue to do this. And whether or not I would make a game with a smaller or larger scope, that's difficult to answer, because I would argue that Shroud of Gloom actually has a fairly small scope. Like, although I've put a lot of time into it, it is a like fairly simple game. I think the easiest way to answer this is that it kind of depends on how well Shroud of Gloom does. Like, if Shroud of Gloom would do so and so, I don't know if I can risk making a game that would take me like multiple years to finish. So at that point, I'd probably try making something in a similar scope, potentially even smaller. If Shroud of Gloom would do really well, like obviously I would love to work on a bigger game, a game with an even larger scope, but it kind of depends on the circumstances, I think. But yeah, the plan is to release the demo now in October, so make sure to wishlist the game if you haven't. And then full release sometime early next year. And then I think we're gonna have to kind of take it as it goes. Giving out your expenses is very insightful, exposing yourself to us. Yeah, I kind of am, but I thought it could also help someone else out to get... Now, obviously, everyone's expenses are different and so on, but I imagine that it could be insightful for some people. I was thinking in terms of people who only view on YouTube, but yeah, it wouldn't be worth it as much. Yeah, I don't know. As I said, I'm not gonna say that like multi-streaming never is worth it, but so far I'm still kind of undecided. At this very moment, I have no plans to multi-stream. I have another question after my last one too. Let's go. We Finnish devs have this saying, "Kella maksa." Kella, the social insurance institution of Finland, maksa pays. Okay. Fair enough. You could physically expose yourself? No, Akacha. You're in the wrong type of stream for that. Last question as well. No, they may feel free to ask. Like, that's why That's why I asked you guys if you had any questions. Like, before we get back into work, might as well see if there's anything I left unsaid that you are interested in. Do you think your learning experience was worth the money? Would you consider formal education instead? I mean, yes, because as I mentioned at the start of this, like this whole thing pretty much started with me considering formal education. Like, I did apply to a couple of ones. I got into basically all of them, and that is kind of what made me cocky and think I could probably get in another couple of years. So basically the way I see it, first of all, whether or not my learning experience was worth the money, I think so, but I mean, it's more than just the learning experience, right? Like, it's the day-to-day experience of getting to work on something I enjoy. It's the learning experience of like all the things that I have learned, which is not something to be taken for granted. And like, all in all, I think it was worth it. But yeah, what I was trying to say is that basically my plan B would be to see if I potentially, like, if I start running out of money, my plan B would be to see if I potentially have learned enough to be able to, you know, land a job as some type of developer or in some type of IT space at the very least. If that doesn't look well, then my plan C would be to basically go back to school, see if I can like get a proper education in like, you know, development or something IT related, and see if that is enough to maybe land me a job. And I guess, you know, plan D would be to just get some regular 9 to 5 and continue doing this on the side. Or plan E, we could also start an OnlyFans. That is true. I just noticed there is only one quality option today for your stream, 1080p only. Yep. So I think the way it works on Twitch, as far as I'm aware, is that they basically have a set number of streams that will have quality options. And the people who get prioritized are partners on Twitch, as well as, I think, just streams with very large amounts of viewers. So for us, like affiliates and smaller streamers and so on, it basically depends on the day. So if I don't have quality options today, most likely what that means is that there are a lot of people streaming on Twitch today. Does that make sense? Which means that I got pushed down out of the bucket of the people who get them. As far as I'm aware, that's how it works. So sometimes I might have them, sometimes I might not. Okay, well, I think that is it then. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a fucking demo to make. What are we doing? Let's get back to work. I can't believe I almost cried on stream today. It's fucking mad. Never thought that would happen. Let's boot up Unity and get down to grind. Oh yeah, I randomly saw today as well, we still have 2 bonus animated emote slots left. So if anyone has any ideas for emotes, let me know. Dude, how long did I end up talking? That was like 1.5 hours or something. Holy shit. I thought I was gonna do like a quick little 20 minutes overview of the past year or something. Ended up being a little bit longer than that. Okay. Also, Två Tom, thank you very much for the follow. That reminds me, let me put the alerts on again. There we go. Oh, it ended up being queued. Interesting. Didn't know it worked that way. I think it's the first time in my life as a streamer that I actually paused alerts. Speaking as someone who had formal education in game development, I really admire you for learning everything on your own, essentially giving yourself a head start. But I do think if you worked on more short games, it could potentially boost your productivity, motivation, and funds. Yeah, that's kind of what I was pointing towards as well. Like, in general, it's just a lot more risky to put a lot of time into one game. Because it's the whole thing about, like, you know, putting all of your eggs in the same basket or whatever. Right? So, in terms of, like, maximizing the chance of, you know, being able to survive doing this, I think small games are the way to go. But that's why I said that it depends a little bit, because, you know, if Shroud of Gloom would do really well, and I say that I, you know, make enough money to be able to do this like 2 more years, then maybe I would up the scope a bit. Now everyone can see through your tough guy facade. I wanted to do a thing for my game and I can't figure out the way. What are you trying to do, Slayton? Okay, finish updated demo. I should push a release or a new version soon, because I do need to test the async loading. But we'll see whether we do that today. Yeah, we need to start playtesting soon, but I should probably finalize the content first. Trailer we do need to make, but I think maybe we should focus on the trailer like next stream or something. And then we could probably do the Steam page stuff at the same time. Maybe not the Steam-wide stuff, but the updating the GIFs. Because my GIFs as of right now are fairly outdated. Like, this is the old testing rooms that we had. Yeah, just here you even pick up the backpack. That's not even in the game anymore. And there's also, these were exported through Sony Vegas, which had some problem with the like the color levels or whatever, so these ended up being a lot darker than they're supposed to be. Oh, you can also see that the backpack is not semi-lit here. So yeah, those are way too outdated. Gonna need to look over and find more content creators to reach out to as well. Okay, but let's focus on the small stuff in the actual game for now. We can import the Czech localization. I think Spectacular fully finished the Czech localization, so we can try and get that into the game. We do need to fill the rooms with more props, because we have a handful of rooms that have stuff such as like empty bookshelves and so on, which I think is a big problem. Like, it doesn't look good when something is too empty, right? Like, it needs to look lived in. Almost too much. I would even say that it might be better if the rooms look a little bit messy, if you know what I mean. I don't remember the name of the 2 gamedev brothers that did a game a month to make a living. It's not Bite Me Games, is it? I know Bite Me Games and Blackthorn Prod. I think both of those are like brothers. Oh, but I don't even know if you're referring to a YouTuber though, to be fair. So you have a global variable for temperature in the room. And I have a button that can raise or lower the temperature. I want to check at the point of leaving the room if the temperature was raised or lowered compared to the initial temperature. The initial temperature should be measured only when you first enter the room. And that part I'm stuck at. Also try not to turn the initial temperature into a global variable, which would solve the issue probably, but it's boring. Fair enough. Gotta head out. The stream keeps lagging for me. Not you, it's my internet not being the best. No. Sorry to hear that, man. But thank you very much for hanging out, Frosten. Always nice to have you. But couldn't you make some... couldn't you have some like public function that you can call to get the initial temperature, and then have the initial temperature be set in whatever manager or whoever that handles it when you first enter the room? Then you don't necessarily need to make it a global variable, as long as the things that need to check it have a way of finding that class, though, I suppose. But yeah, the highlight fits would be nice as well. Potentially add new fonts for handwritten documents, I think would be a nice little touch. I don't know if I would go as far as to say that this is any type of priority, though. I think this is gonna be one of those, like, if we have enough time type of things. Okay, check localization, more props, and fix the highlighted objects. I think those are the things we're gonna start off with. Public equals global. But I didn't necessarily mean... Oh, do you not want a public method either? Because I think you said global variable. Like, you could still have the variable be private, but return it through... Like, return that variable through a global method or function instead. I don't know if that's what you want to do, but it was an idea. Because I do that sometimes. It's basically, instead of doing the private set get type of thing, I just make a private variable, but then I add a method that returns that one. Let me just double check if I have spoilers on. I don't. And is demo is true. Should be good. Let's get the check localization first. Because that is like a couple of clicks and we should be good to go. Shroud of Gloom localization. Check localization. Have a look. Looks good. Let me copy that. Oh wait, shit, that's one more thing. Check localization. Yeah. My last poll was the 3rd of October at 2020. Now let's copy that. We are going to override it here. Boom. We should now be able to go to our string table here. Since we have the Google Sheet service set up, we should only have to click pull and we should be good to go. Pull string table from Google Sheets, let's go. Let's double check if that seems to be working. Oh yeah, wait, I need to make the language selectable there as well. Menus, settings, let's open the prefab. Oh wait, was it selectable? No, interactable false. Let's set that to true. That should be all we need to do. Let's see, should I reorder these now? Because I put all the interactables here, but I don't know if the ordering made sense. I feel like it made sense to group these by like language family. We go like Romance languages, Slavic languages, Germanic languages. English probably being the only one that's a bit of a exception. I'm gonna put that one at the very top. Yeah, that's good. Okay. I know I could have changed the language up here as well, but might as well get it working in the menu. Cześć. Did I say? Pozostawieniu. Pozostawieniu. Yeah, looking good. Okay, don't worry about the map being a bit bugged there. That's just because I'm not starting in the correct place. I should probably fix that though. Wait, that should update automatically. I think the issue is that I'm only updating the room when you go into a new room. But most of the... I don't need to fix that though. Because you will always start in the intro. And then as you get... when the intro finishes, you go into this area. And that is going to update the map. And then, as you continue playing, because now you might say, well, what about next time they play? Should that be an issue? But it shouldn't be, because all we do is that we save the state of the map, right? Overall, it's looking functional. Yeah, so this is what I talked about before. Like, we need to fix stuff like this. We can't have an entire shelf be completely empty. Do I remember that song Islands? Beautiful, innit? Anyway. Zeteto zdrani... something. Yeah, it's looking good. Everything here fine? Przydat zeznamy prani. That one did say credits, but I don't know, it could be that I just used that as well. I will leave for dinner, have a good rest of the stream, no worries Nemth. Thank you very much for hanging out, as always. Thank you for lurking, and have a good dinner, man. Niemcina. Is that how they say German? It's looking good. Oh yeah, I have a slight bug here I'm gonna need to fix at some point as well. It's very odd. I mean, I cannot get why it happens. But if you wait too long in the credits, then you end up... like, at the very end it starts fading out the music, and then there's like a cue on when it should stop the music. Or stop that song, rather. The issue is that while that is happening, if you click out yourself, I think it ends up stopping the song in the main menu instead, and the game gets completely quiet, which is a little bit weird. What is up, Amesis? How you doing, man? Welcome in. What have you been up to? Shout out to Amesis, yet another game developer on Twitch. Go and check him out if you haven't, people. Slashtni podjukovani. I think it's something like that. Yeah, so now... maybe it should be a space there. If I let the music start fading out, then I click here myself. Did you hear? The music in the menu started, but then after it switches the song, it somehow pauses this one, which is a little bit weird. I don't actually know if I've written that down, so I probably should, so we don't forget it. Do I have it here? Credits to menu music bug. Yeah, I'll get it. Tackar så very mycket. Been rewriting my controller and spending the whole evening with family. I'm exhausted, but it's a good kind of exhausted. Nice. How about you? I'm doing quite well. Doing quite well. Congrats on 1 year. It's a feat for sure. Cheers, man. Yeah, it feels insane. It feels insane to say that it's been a year. Because it definitely doesn't feel like it. That is for sure. But yeah, we ended up going... it took like an hour to basically contemplate on the entire year, go through all of the positives and negatives, the ups and downs, all of that good stuff. I also almost cried, potentially. I potentially almost cried on stream, which was kind of mad. I did not think that was gonna happen. So yeah, that happened. How's your relationship to streaming? How has your relationship to streaming evolved in the year making? I actually don't know if it has evolved that much. Like, as I've mentioned before, I've been streaming for like 10 years or something. Never successfully, but technically I started, the very first time I ever streamed was like 10 years ago. And so I think I've had a fair amount of time to like gather my thoughts around streaming and so on. And in terms of since I went full time, like the main difference that really happened is that I just very much decided that I need to be consistent, like, because I've always had issues with consistency before. That's always been the issue. Like anyone who's been here since back in the day knows that I could be streaming every day for like 2 weeks, and then you wouldn't see me for another 3 months, and you know, back and forth kind of stuff like that. So when I went full time, I decided to set a schedule for myself, and also not go too crazy. As you know, I only stream like 3 days a week, which isn't that mad, to be honest. We do long hours instead, but you know. But yeah, I think the main thing that really happened is that I started taking my schedule quite seriously, as in like I do feel a need to show up and to continuously do it, because I know the consequences of not doing it. Do you know what I mean? Because I've tried that before, like being a bit consistent here and there, and then not being consistent, and I know that that's, you know, that has a big impact on your stream in general. And so I think that is probably the biggest thing that has changed. Otherwise, I think I mainly think about it, like, I think my mindset around it is still pretty much the same, but I think I just have a bit more of a strict, I don't know, I guess I just put more responsibility on myself to actually show up. Hey, Boomtrout, thank you very much for the follow, welcome in, man, how you doing? Emo boy. What's up, Chappy? Nothing much. We just started getting into the engine here to do some work. We are officially celebrating 1 year as a full-time developer and content creator, so took some time just to chat with the community about the past year. And yeah, we're just about to get into some work again. How you doing? Hope you're having a good Friday. Feeling the obligation towards your community and channel. Yeah, that is pretty much it, right? But it's also not. Yeah, I mean, I guess you did mention channel as well. Because it's not all about, like, feeling the need to show up for the community. Like, of course, that's there as well, right? But, like, I basically saw it this way right when I went full-time. And let's be honest here, I started with, like, 5 of you guys here. Which I still appreciate, to be fair. So yeah, I think it's just like one of those where I very much realize the necessity that, like, if I'm gonna try and make this work, I need to keep showing up. Nacho Tyler, welcome in, man. Happy 1 year, cheers, man. Wanna listen to some Tokyo Hotel? No, I don't wanna get copyright strikes. I'm fine. Okay, import check localization is done. There might be a few things that I need to double check. Looked like we potentially had a space missing in one of the keys, but I'll double check that. More rooms fix highlightable objects. You know what we should do first, which would be fairly quick, because it doesn't even need to be interactable at first. But just having some books or something to put in the bookshelves. Or other things, if you can think of things other than books that would fit in, like, cabinets and that kind of stuff, then let me know. I know we did a bunch of stuff for the kitchen area, like I added some plates, some random bottles, did some glasses and stuff. Random little jars and so on. But, like, those, like, it doesn't make as much sense to have plates in, like, an office, do you know what I mean? I think books always work. Oh shit, yeah. I just realized though, it depends a little bit on the perspective, so maybe we should make 2 versions. Let's just do a new layer. Because here you wouldn't see as much of the top, would you? I think personally the 1 to 2 year mark was the honeymoon. I was super excited most of the time to stream. I remember at the beginning, streaming came to my dreams, damn. I was 0 to 2 year mark, Yeah, I don't know, it's weird though, just like I said, I'm in a bit of a weird position where... I mean, I think you streamed for... I don't know, how long have you been streaming for? Because yeah, like I mentioned, technically speaking, I started streaming in like... Yeah, it's probably around like 2015 or something. I think I've been streaming for like a decade, on and off. Let's see, I did 2 here, so in that case... That is a bit tricky. Because that would be like this, but that's not gonna look good. That's gonna look horrible. I've been watching Amises for 6 years. Can I sue him for stealing my time? Yeah, I've been around a long time too. No idea why he keeps showing up. This is not gonna look right. Maybe if I do this? That work? Doesn't look right. It would be way easier here since we have a 45-degree angle. Because here we can just do something like this. I don't love it. Maybe. Oh yeah, that's a bit of an issue. It would be nice if they weren't all the same size. We could also mix it a little bit with like some books that are lying down. Overwatch tournaments gave me Stockholm Syndrome. Do you draw other styles besides pixel? I mean, somewhat. I don't think I'm as good at it. I started off doing digital art. As I mentioned earlier, the first times I ever streamed on Twitch was actually me streaming doing digital art. But, you know, I was basically doing similar to what I do now. I was streaming while trying to learn it. So it never turned out great. I mean, I've always enjoyed drawing and so on, but I definitely think... I've gotten... Personally, I think I've gotten quite good at pixel art, so I think this would be my strong suits now. I think we did 9 in total, but there were some other games stuff involved to mix it up. There was always some drama or shit. How big is your assets file? I have a few. Now, I have a lot of empty space here. Like this canvas, for example, is 1200 by 600-ish. But you know, I have a different sheets for like UI stuff and so on. Oh shit, did I do the thing where I copy the entire layer? No? Did I just not copy anything? Because I do have these old books that we had in the game jam. I don't know, those might still work. I mean, not up there. This perspective doesn't make sense. Oh, you know how I could cheat on these lower ones? I could technically make these tall enough to... No. I mean, it could maybe work in something like The Office, like if these were not books, but like permar. Do you know what I mean? I don't remember how you call it in English. Slice manually, or the program does that. On this specific sheet, I slice it manually, because they're all different sizes. I have some sheets which I slice automatically. Like, for example, all of my items are the same size. So like, this one is automatically sliced. Except for a few. But this one I do manually. Jesus, my one object is 1200 pixels. What if I should put them all into a sprite sheet? But it would be the width of the equator. Yeah, I don't know how Unity handles that as well, because there is like a... Even I've noticed with some like large pixel art sprite sheets that I need to like up the... What do you call it? The max size here. It goes up to 16,000. I don't know exactly what this represents, but... I don't really know what it actually represents. Textures larger than this will be scaled down. So if it's too big, I think you would start getting scaled down. I don't know how large you could make it though, so... I mean, these kinda work. Is the upper one that's difficult because this perspective is wrong? I'm kinda fine with these. Do I use this anyway in the game? I don't think I do. Do I? Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up. I unfortunately cannot skip this one. And it's not cut out yet, so I'm gonna assume I don't. It would be nice to be able to have some books up here too, though. Actually, the top one might be the easiest. Like, this looks weird. It looks a bit weird, doesn't it? Those shapes don't look even. Would that mess up when loaded? Since acupoints are all the same. Wait, which one? Which sprite sheet are you talking about? I need about 20 animals/monsters with 4-way movements animation in SNES Final Fantasy 6 style 32 by 32. Wanna draw them for me for free? Yeah, great timing to ask. It's not like I have a demo to make or anything. But that doesn't look right. What if I do this? What if I make it longer? Still looks a bit weird. Should we have some whiskey today to celebrate? Is that what we should do? Should I, rather? I'm not incentivizing anyone to do anything. Ads should be over. Welcome back, guys. You can load the import pixel size and put it all into Sprite Atlas. All good. Do you use like Sprite Atlases, Amises? Like, do you have some massive ones like this? Or do you keep it kinda organized? Because mine is messy as fuck, man. You do? What do you think about these, the top books? Like, I don't like this part. This looks a bit weird, but I'm slightly unsure how I would solve it. It's like, this should technically be correct if we compare it to this angle, right? But if I take it that angle, we use the same one here. Spreadsheets are for artists. Coders just use something like Unity's own Sprite Atlas asset that does it for you. Maybe it's fine. We could always throw it in game and just see how it looks in engine. Oh, didn't I make some bunzo of something that we put in the basement? I made this roll. Like a lot of these are not interactable though. It's only to just have more stuff. Maybe I didn't. Maybe it's in my old sprite sheet. No, I don't think so. Okay, I'm just going to save this as is. I think we use those in the clock room, so then I don't have to like actually cut them out and stuff. Just add it to the same sprite. No, perspective does not look right here. But that one could work for the bottom. Yeah, this part looks weird. But if I would have put you on the bottom layer, I think that would be fine. But I think I could use you here. That looks okay. And I think we need to change the top part. Into something like that instead. Yeah. Wait, is that the same one? No, the bottom line is different, right? Should I use this one on the lower layer as well? I could. Okay. At least we have something. I think I can work with this. It's not like perfect by any means, but definitely functional to just fill some stuff out. Looks good. Maybe I should sort these by which shelf they would be on, since it's kind of depending on the perspective. So that's a top shelf. And this one I could also cut out a shorter one of. Should just do something like this. Make a longer one of this. Wait, what? Boom boom, you are shorter, so you shouldn't go up. This one. Go up here. I don't like these like white pixel clusters though. Does it look fine? Maybe it's fine. Did I not fill that in? Did I do that on the wrong layer? Oh, fuck's sake. Wrong layer again. There we go. Looks good. Isaac and his Isaac lived in a small ice sack on an ice sack. How you doing, Ginger? Such a good game, man. Okay, wait. I've kinda put these correctly now as to which layer they would be on. With a few exceptions, where this one could technically work on the bottom layer too. I assume this is only very bottom. Yeah, I think that would look weird. Not too shabby, love the Isaac mod. So stupid. Wait. Oh, is there a mod that makes it actually say that in the intro? I didn't even know that. Damn, I need to try that one. Is that all it does? Or does it affect the rest of the game as well? Okay. You know what? I might even be a bit crazy. Just duplicate this one so I can easily... No, I could just make 2 prefabs instead. No, I'll sort it out with some naming convention. Okay. We have a few books. What else could you have in like a bookshelf? Books, yeah. I mean, yeah, small little paintings. Didn't I make a tiny little Yeah, this was supposed to be a painting. I mean, that works, to be honest. Could definitely do something like that. Maybe there should be a bigger one as well. That one does feels a little bit narrow. Maybe we make this one smaller like this as well. Oh no, I don't think I've cut this one out. Let's let you guys down here. Can I have this type of non-symmetry here, can we? It needs to be Trip Trap Trull. Boom. Well, technically Trull Trip Trap, but you get the idea. Okay, let me check this out.
Isaac lived alone in a small Isaac. Isaac kept to himself, drawing Isaac and playing with his Isaacs as his Isaac watched Christian.
I think I've seen this, yeah.
Isaac was simple, and they were both Isaac. That was until the Isaac heard of Isaac from Isaac. Your Isaac has become Isaac by Isaac. He needs to be Isaac. I will do my best. Isaac, in my Isaac.
It is very fucking stupid.
Isaac replied, rushing into Isaac, removing all that was Isaac from his Isaac. Again, the Isaac called to Isaac.
Did they just make his pee-pee another Isaac? Is that actually what I saw?
Isaac is still Isaac. He needs to be cut off from all that is Isaac in this Isaac and confess his Isaac.
I mean, that is pretty good. Such a stupid mod. Those are the best ones, aren't they? I guess you could put a globe in the show somewhere, but do I want more globes than one? Like, books is very easy to have more of. Like, it made sense, right? I don't know if the same would typically go for globes. Table lamp? No. I mean, a small clock, maybe? Oh, they have a globe. Small plants, I suppose? I do have that one, which is way too big. I also have the old one, this one, which I'm unsure. I mean, I guess I could have it lying down as well. I don't know if this one would fit in a bookshelf. Yeah, you are a little bit too big. But we could make some smaller version of that one. Do you know what I mean? What if I should make this even smaller? Kind of think that might even be better. Let's save it. 'Cause the nice thing about this one is that it should kind of work on any level as well. What is up, one man? I lost my weekend. Someone went ill and now no weekends for boots. Now I got to wait till next Friday for day off. Damn, sorry to hear that, man. Wait, I mean, one man versus my other internet name, no worries, man. Cobwebs? That is actually a good point. Because we've made a bunch of cobwebs for the rooms. I think I might have those on a different sprite sheet, actually. Room details, did I put them in here? I guess there is no reason why we shouldn't have a bit of cobweb in these as well. I mean, absolutely. Maybe not in like the cupboards, but in like the open shelves, it totally made sense. Good idea. A little bit much. That did not sell it enough. Always have the good ideas, cheers man. Guess it should be in the back too. Yeah. In general, just more cobwebs like this. bookshelf cobwebs. And maybe have some that are a bit more centered as well. It's not as common though, right? Like most of the time you'll see them in like corners and shit. I guess that would be in a place where you live potentially, like if it's deserted long enough. Like this might actually make more sense. Should try. In that case... It's gonna be a bit tricky though. It's probably too symmetrical. I don't know if this reads well enough. Would you look at this and go, oh yeah, cobwebs, do you think? There's a lot more work for the spider to put some in the middle, yeah. The thing is though, this should be like in front of stuff, right? Which would make it more so, like it's not just hanging mid-air, but it might actually be like on a specific thing. But that becomes quite messy instead. Yeah, it gets very... it gets kind of hard to read. I don't know, maybe if we need to stick to corners. Can't be same color. I can't really do it in another one either, I think. I mean, for something like this I could. But the issue is that... Huh? Oh, I have a locked the layer? No? What the fuck? Oh, have I marked something? Oh. It's like, I don't know if we can do it... I feel like white might be a bit much. But then if it's in front of the shelf, I feel like making it darker... maybe not. Let's try it. Yeah. Kinda works, to be honest. thing is that the darker one gets almost unnoticeable. But it's more noticeable that it cuts off the line here. Then now it becomes the same color as the outline instead. Because the issue is that these are all the colors I have to choose on. Like, if it's the same color as the outline, it's the same color as the shelf, or it's way darker. Just looked at Undertale, I used pure white with grey details where the web branches. Undertale does have a whole lot of a bigger palette though. I don't know if it can be applied in the exact same way. Okay, just looking at this, what do you guys think? I mean, the thing is, we should also do this, to be fair. Nothing says that we can't mix and match it. Because what this ends up being is that the darker it is, the thinner it is. Which is that's kind of how we visualize it, right? And the brighter it is, the more... fucking ruined, son. I think you're a handsome dude. Wait, what are we talking about? Caught me so off guard. Your overall language nerd gets on me about it. No worries, man. How you doing, Rune-san? Good to see you, man. Like, I think we should do this. Like, mix and match it a little bit. Makes more sense if darker, if less light it reaches it. Yeah. So I think that's what it ends up being here, right? Like, these are at the very front of the bookshelf. Like this, you know, aligned with where the bookshelf starts or whatever. Like in the corner like this. Whereas, like, these become in the back. This one is technically both, because if you would be in the back, you couldn't reach down here, like it would be here instead. It means that I think this could work potentially as well, as I mentioned before, like making this one seem like a thinner cobweb or whatever. Because like, wherever you have less cobwebs, it's darker, right? Where there's a lot of it, it gets a lot brighter. Yeah, I think maybe sticking to it, as in like how deep in it is, might be the way to go. But I don't know, does it end up looking a bit inconsistent? There's a big variety of colors now. I think I might prefer this, to be honest. Switching between the light gray and the dark gray. Does the bookshelf will have webs? No, we do have webs in other places too. Like in the, can I teleport to the basement? Ooh, I can, look at that. Like here, in the basement you will find cobwebs in like the corners of the room and stuff. And I mean, we can add that in more rooms. I think I might have it up here too, yeah. Yeah. This ends up everywhere now since we put it on the bookshelf. Like the plan would be to make this a separate prefab so we can like move it around. Because otherwise it's also gonna be the same on every single bookshelf, and I think that's gonna get very noticeable after a while. The good thing is that we will be able to reuse these in more places. It's like, if they have a 90-degree curve, there's nothing that says that we shouldn't put one here. You know, we can put one here. Can I have the webs as a prefab themselves and just place them around? Yeah, that's the plan. That is what I already do, to be fair. Like all the webs in the basement and stuff, or look in here. Like all of these webs are their own prefabs. This is just for testing purposes. And it looks pretty good. I think I would use this one very sparingly. This might be in like one place in the game. Tops. Okay, I think that's pretty good. So these I probably shouldn't fill in. Technically, I don't know why I filled these in. Is there any reason for these to be filled in? Because it would look the same. It would look the same if I did this, wouldn't it? Oh. Whoops. Forgot to turn the background off. Yeah, there's no change. There's not really any reason to have... The difficult thing is how to like organize these, like how to name them. Are those two the same? No, there is a slight difference. Okay, we got some more cobwebs. Might as well make it darker pair of those two. Why not? Save that. Did I save this? Okay, we got books, we got small paintings, and we got a bunch of cobwebs. I think that will be pretty good. Okay. Should we see if we can start throwing some of this into the game? Any other ideas for what we could make to fill out rooms with? Because we need a lot of this stuff, like random shit to just put around. So that it never... There needs to just be stuff, it needs to look lived in. It's weird though, because it needs to look lived in and not lived in kind of at the same time, do you know what I mean? Okay, I need just a short little break here as well. I'm gonna go and just get some more tea, a little bathroom break, and we shall be right back. Appreciate your patience. Cheers. And we are back. I started thinking, is there anything else similar to cobwebs that we could put in the rooms? Like, I'm talking about these things that are not necessarily like objects, but you can still use to kind of fill the room a little bit. Insects. We did add some fly particles. Those actually did turn out pretty good. The only difficult thing with those is that it's like 1 pixel. Like that is kind of the only way to do it. How would it look if I put a... Like, what if you did 1 white pixel in one of these? Kind of like that would have been the spider. Just a random thing I thought of now. Would that work? I don't like it. Black is difficult because you're not gonna see it. Red, maybe. I don't think it can be the brightest red. Since like all of the background is black, that's just gonna turn into... Like, yeah, it's just not gonna be visible, unfortunately. But this could work. Does it? Okay, the darker red one I can't even see. Oh yeah, it's there. That one is difficult to spot. I don't know, I think we're gonna strip that. Technically then it isn't a cobweb either, right? Because if I remember correctly, I think a cobweb is a like old spider web where there are no spiders. Spider web is like an active cobweb. I think so. Any ideas for things I could spread around the rooms in my game as small decorations / details similar to cobwebs? Let's see what's our AI overlord figures out. Are bats? I could make a bat. Maybe we could have like a bat in the attic or something. Interesting idea. Dust and grime, smudges. Peeling wallpaper? That could be... Wait. Why didn't I think of that? Like, this is supposed to be wallpaper. Okay, I'm gonna be lazy again. Is this just gonna end up looking like more spiderweb?
Hello.
What is up, Mr. Zombie? How you doing? There's a library in Portugal that has bats. The library is in use. They haven't because they eat insects that ruin books, so just kept them. Damn! That's very interesting. I realized I was raided in earlier and forgot to say howdy, then fucked off to the shops. No worries, man. How you been? How you been, Mr. Zombie? Oh wait, I guess this would have something like that as well. Oh yeah, I think that's more like it. I don't think I use this one very often though, to be honest. Do I actually have any room that uses that one? I might not, to be honest. Oh, the bathroom has it. Nice little detail, I suppose. Not too shabby. Let's do something like that. What else do we have? Cracks, stains, mold. I have some mold in the basement. Insects. Ah. I have flies around like garbage and stuff. Maybe I should put flies around lamps. Like if you turn a light on, you see a little fly start going around the lamp. Suddenly I have a vision for a mad chirpy platformer. There already is one. There's actually, I once, back in the days, I had a viewer make me a literal mad chirpy platformer. This was way before I started the game development myself. Every time I died, it said chirp is such at games. It was a one map, and it took me like over an hour to beat it, I think. Fun times, fun times. Good, bruv, you okay? How's your little hands these days? Let's not worry too much about them little hands. They're alright, I suppose. Got so much to update on Blue Sky and Steam, it's unreal. Ooh, what's going on, Mrs. Zombie? She got new screenshots, new art and stuff? Is that what's happening? Old papers and notes, broken glass, small debris. But this is the difficult thing, like, small debris, nails, screws, wood splinters. Like, all of those, that's 1 pixel in my game. That's literally what it is. Candles. I did add it. I did make a candle. I don't know if I ever added it to the game. I don't think I did, actually. Should add a little cross somewhere on a wall. Sure. Okay, I think we have enough to play around with. Yeah, I have added... I have checked out the candle at least. Why not add a radio somewhere? Where's this troll? Jack in the box, I think? This was a part of the game jam as well. Okay, naming convention. Let's do... books. Like we have 4 different levels or whatever these could be on. So I think that needs to be in the name. New everything, enemies now have AI, new maps, new items, let's go, man! Crime and smudges, as it said, might work like leaks along the top of walls. Mole, yeah. I did do that for the... what was it, the basement windows? Now it looks a bit weird in here when it's not in the engine, but this is supposed to be like mold whatever. Which actually did look pretty nice. So I do suppose we could add like more of that stuff. Like actually, couldn't we... wait, let's check this. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up. It's like all this really is... it's just some outline. Like, we should just do some shit like this. Close to a Mario cloud. This would look so good with procedural shapes in the background and foreground. Probably. Yeah, is there anything I could do in the foreground? That's a good shout. That one's kind of tricky though. Okay, let's call this books. Shelf 4. 0. Yeah, sure. Books shelf 4-1. Shelf 3-0. Shelf 3-1. This one could go in both the bottom ones, but let's do shelf 2-0. Shelf 2-1. These are at the very bottom, so shelf 1. Shelf 1-1. Shelf 1-2. Shelf 1-3. Props. Plant small. Do I have that? No, seems clear. Props cross. That should be over. Props. How do I differentiate this? Fuck it. Let's just do small painting 2. Small painting 1. Small painting 0. Okay, do we have all of those? Let's keep in mind to maybe add the candle somewhere too, because I don't think I've... Props candle, this is the sprite, isn't it? Yeah, I don't think I've actually added that one anywhere. Or maybe I did. Did I add it on the dinner table, maybe? That is possible. Maybe I just didn't make it into a prefab. Anyway. Room details, what I call this. Cobweb 45. Okay, so the number represents the angle. But now I kinda need to get the color in here as well. So let's do gray large. Gray medium. I mean, they are all gray technically. Dark large. Oh. Okay. 90, gray, small, 0. Gray, small, 1. This one is interesting. This is like a double. This is only for bookshelves. I don't think I'm gonna be able to use this anywhere else, am I? I'm gonna call this 90-90, because it has two 90-degree angles. Gray small, so we can call that one 0. Let's say 1, 2, 3. What is this then? 90, 90, 90, 90. 90x4. Large. Home web 90, dark, small, 0. 1, 2, 3. You know what would be pretty nice, I realize now? You know what I actually could do? I could randomly pick a sprite. Like I could even add all of these to the same game object, and then fucking in a wake just randomize which one to use. Because in that case, it also saves me work, because it saves me the decision of having to pick which one to use. And it also makes sure that I don't start accidentally using one a bunch more than the others. To be fair, all of these are fairly similar, but you know what I mean. I mean, at least for these ones, maybe that one too. Is that gonna be noticeable? Because that might be weird. Details, mold, 0. One, 2, 3, 4. I could make it so that it always picks the same one. Like if I... But what if I make my own hash for it? Like we calculate, or we pass in like the name of the parent object and the room you're in, and use that to calculate which sprite to use. Because then it will always be the same, but I still don't have to manually pick it. Essentially. I think I'm overthinking this. Where do I keep this stuff? Is this in props? Yeah, room details. Am I not using all of them? I have one called large and one called medium. I had a small one too, didn't I? Am I not using that one? Okay, I think I'm gonna do I want to do? Let's call this Cobweb 90 small. I'm kind of thinking if I should just put all of these in the same prefab so I can easily switch them out. I don't know if I can do it this way. Wait, can I add an image here? I've never done a prefab like this. I don't know why I'm trying to do it this way, but... yeah, let's just do it the normal way. Let's go into some room. Such as... let's go into the clock room. In here we are going to add a image. Which is going to be lit. And we're also going to add non-interactable. Then we're gonna do cobweb. I mean, my life would be a lot easier if I just added all of these into the same prefab. It's probably not as efficient, because you have to load more stuff that's never gonna be used. But it would be kind of neat. Ah, maybe I'm being silly. Realize that this is gonna be an issue. Let's remove, because these are actually the walls, the outlines of the wall. Cobweb 45 large dark. I should just add all of these first and then make the prefabs. Prefab unpacked completely. Huh. Why did this one get flipped? Oh no, the sprite itself is flipped, right. Let's call this one medium. And 90, gray, small, 0. Like how I'm switching up how I'm spelling gray. Here I did it with A, here I did it with E. Okay, sort these out. No, that's the one with the edge. I don't know why I did edges. I don't think I need these. I think I just made those so it's easy to position them, but they kind of complicate things. To be clear, these are not like final positions or anything. This is... we're gonna just make this prefabs and then throw them around however we'd like. Oh, do you have to be on the lower one? Large 0 90x4 or thing. Is that all of the grey ones? I think so. As in like the light grey ones, to be clear. Boom, boom, boom. So this is going to be called Cobweb 90 dark small 0. I hope I set native size on all of these, but I think I did. Okay, that should be it. Let's do some mold. Maybe we do mold large 0. So I think we did a fair amount of different sizes here. One. Now what though, you probably shouldn't be called large. I think you would go into the small category. And I guess by that reasoning we might call this one medium. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the very last one. I guess you'll go into medium as well. Medium 1. Boom! Okay. We now have a lot more details we could throw around in the rooms. Oh shit, I have to make all the prefabs for the books and stuff as well, don't we? Boom. Books. Let's see, those are old, these are new. I think I'm just gonna name these the same stuff. Let's go books S10. Should not be capturing when there's a hot control. No idea what happened. S11. S12. I might have forgotten to unpack these, but I think that should be fine. I think it's fine. Do you guys have anything fun planned for the weekend? Oh yeah, I'll be able to play around with these as well, like how close I put them to other objects, because they could definitely overlap. Like it doesn't have to be this. Boom. 1. Just watching on the game, what about you? Probably something similar. We'll see, I might go and see a mate tomorrow. Otherwise I don't have too much planned. Is this the same one? Oh no, this is the one up here. Yeah, still need to try and sort out the content for the demo. Because as I said, I think I'm gonna try to do most of that off stream. That is something I need to do. Only working on my game like every weekend, let's go. Okay, S30. Okay, we're gonna have a lot of books now, but I think that's good. Because I have a lot of bookshelves and cupboards and stuff that's just like completely empty. Which I don't think we can have that kind of stuff in the full game. Wait, No. You should be up here. S40. I don't know about my naming convention here. Oh shit. I mean, as long as I remember what it means, I guess it should be fine. I think that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is every book as well. Okay, we added all of these. We added all of the books. We have the small plant, the paintings, and the cross. I think we should be good to go. What do I call the other one? Oh, I called this a vase, okay. Plant, small. Kind of think I should change the other one's name, to be honest. I think it's more likely that I would try to search for plant. Why does this happen? All of a sudden I can't move it. Cross. Mm-mm. 90, 43. The reason I'm just putting these out randomly is because I try to make sure that whether they're not going to be positioned correctly when I need to use them, but at least I'll be able to see what format the pixel perfect position is in, which I think could be useful. Small painting 0. I started looking for international voice actors. It started off well, but it started going pear-shaped after I met some unsavory individual? Wait, what you mean? Oh yeah, a lot of people have mentioned being able to... What is this? Should not grab hot control with an active capture. Should not be capturing when there is hot control. I don't know why that keeps happening. A lot of people have mentioned being able to flush the toilet. Right now you can't do that. Maybe that is something we should do. Should try to sort out eventually too. Okay. I think that is everything. Let's see, these are not room details though, these should be actual props. Let's throw you in here. And then what I'm gonna do is... I realize now, maybe I should have been more specific about the books.
Cheers.
Cheers, Pons. This is really important. Just looking at the names, I would need to go through the books to understand which one is which. So maybe I should add some little... Like, these are horizontal. Yeah, maybe I'll do this. Let's do 4 V. 4 vertical. This is 3H, 3 horizontal. 1 horizontal. This is 4 horizontal. These are technically not really books. I was thinking that these should be more like permar. Is that just folder in English? But that feels... No, just folder is map. That's different. Permar. Binders? Is that what you call them? Yeah, I was thinking that these should have been something like this, you know? I'm gonna put you on the books, but I will add binders here. 3... No, not 3 horizontal, you should be 3 vertical. Uh, 4 vertical. 4 vertical. Oh shit. 3, 9. 9 vertical. 3, 9 vertical. And last but not least, we have 3 vertical. At least now it's slightly easier for me to spot which one I want in any given scenario. A lot of people don't like the way I do things and want to jump in and tell me what to do. Pay more at this, at that, change that and this, switch dialects for no reason, use more actors for no reason. One day I was like, I want you to pay me double. If you say no, then maybe contact me in 2 weeks. Already had applicants who reached out before him. How's the sprite painting coming along? It's going quite well. I think we have officially added all of the prefabs. So I think it's time to start filling this stuff up. Excuse me? Oh, did I accidentally try to put it inside of a... No, I want to put it in between. Oh, I can't change the order because the room is a prefab now. Right. That's a bit annoying. But oh well, we'll work around it. Wait, what was your correct position? Whole integers. I think this one is gonna be, because I'm figuring that this could be a little bit like a library. You know, this is like a chair where you sit and read. So I think we can fill this one up with quite a lot of books. Let's see, shelf 3, I have 9 or I have 4. Maybe we can put something else in here. Because I don't know if I want to do a big one yet again. Or do I? Maybe I do. Let me try it. Does it fit? That's fine. Two or V. No, something is wrong here. I made more than one. No, I should have another one for shelf 2. That is shelf 3. One of these. Or vertical. Am I missing one? No, this is the one I want. Shelf 2 4V. Oh, just this is the other one I did. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. The one that technically was supposed to be like binders or whatever. That's not too shabby, is it? Maybe it is. None of my friends are online to play games. Quiet on a Friday evening seems criminal. Okay, I don't love it so far, but I'm kind of wondering how this might look when we add some cobwebs. Always find how everyone organizes the editor so vastly different. So interesting, everyone has such a different preferences in layout. Yeah, probably true. I don't even remember how I ended up. I think you mean like the actual layout of the... like where I have the windows, right? I barely even know how I ended up with this one. Because I know this is not the default. I think it's just one of those things where like with time you kinda learn what you want to see at all times and like you kinda audit depending on how important it is, I suppose. I know a lot of people do this, right? A lot of people want to see both the game view and the scene view. For some reason I never really got into this. I see like the... obviously the use case here, because it's a good way for me to be able to see the lit and the non-lit version. But yeah, I don't know. Damn, I'm kinda starting to wonder how it would look if I only made... see, am I using that one? I am. Made the actual outlines grey. Is that gonna look weird? Most likely. Yeah, that looks very odd. I don't know, there's something where there's so much like white pixels going on that it ends up looking a little bit messy. Yeah, I don't know. I guess what I could do also is just to remove some of these. Which maybe I don't need that one. Maybe we make it a little bit more empty. Sure you don't fit that, do you? The reason yours doesn't work like that is because it's stacked horizontally. The accurate battle simulator tabs is a weird way to organize stuff indeed. Mine's been the same for 10 years. 3 columns. First column is hierarchy on the top, project / console on the bottom. I mean, there is scene on top and game on the bottom. And the right is the inspector. And my project tab set up in 1 column layout instead of the 2 like you do. Wait. Do you mean like you only have this type of view or whatever? Is that what you mean? I assume that's what you mean. I mean, I do suppose this does save a bit of space. That could be nice. Maybe. Maybe. I'm going a little bit ham here, but let's see how that feels. Yeah, I made slightly fold structure. Yeah, it becomes more similar to the normal hierarchy you have. Easier for my brain because now you can see everything, no hunting through folders. I mean, you could argue that you're still hunting through folders. You're just hunting through folders in the same place where you're hunting through the objects or whatever it might be, classes, whatever you're looking for. Last question before I vanish to do my stuff. Why black and white? My game isn't black and white. What are you on about? Did you know? I don't think you realize how massive my palette is. Believe it or not, but I technically have 7 different colors or shades in my palette. That is way more than black and white. Way more than black and white. Yeah, I went full scope creep on the palette of this game. But the real reason as to why the game is mostly like 1-bit or whatever is kind of by accident, to be honest. From the beginning, my plan was to color and shade everything. The difficult thing with pixel art though is that it's really easy for stuff to start looking a little bit cartoonish and stuff. And what actually happened is that I filled up I made all of my test art black and white, just to keep it simple, when I wanted to see like which resolution I wanted to make the game in. And when I started showing it on stream and stuff, most people actually ended up preferring that look. So yeah, I don't know, we just ended up going with it. And so far I'm quite happy I did. Has a fair share of advantages. Like in some regard, I would argue that it makes the game feel a little bit, you know, it makes the game feel a little bit more unique in some regard. As I've mentioned before, I'm by no means saying that no one else has done a like 1-bit type game, of course not. But if you're looking around at like point and click games, it is certainly more common to see them have color, right? So it stands out a little bit more in my opinion. And on top of that, it's also pretty good for scope management. Like, it's... Let's not pretend like it doesn't make it a little bit easier for me, because if I would have been like shading and coloring everything, that would have probably at least doubled the amount of work I have to do. So I think it was a good decision. Let's maybe add a little bit of variety in here though. Maybe. I do really like how it looks. Evening, by the way. What is up, Ilps? How you doing, man? Good to have ya, as always. Is this one of those happy accidents Bob Ross was talking about? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Just a happy little accident. Staying within a manageable scope is important. Yeah, I mean, even with this game having a fairly small scope, I still somehow ended up putting in... I mean, before we finish it, I'm gonna have put in quite a bit more than a year into this game. So, you know, I still managed to make it a quite large project, even with this fairly simple scope. I think that looks pretty good. When you will have a shit ton of animals in customization, you're gonna have to build tools to do things better. It definitely adds to the work, eh? I managed to pull out my laptop and update everything, set it up a bit more for travel and dev projects. Nice! Also a little reminiscent about that movie tracker project I mentioned. Oh yeah! Finished some code I had left in progress in the summer. Nice! Sounds like you've been quite productive, Ilps. I don't think that's too shabby. I don't think that's too shabby. It definitely looks better than it being empty. I think we could do with some spider web in the main hall as well. Or cobwebs. Maybe one of these? Like down here or something? Hmm? Just those small little touches, you know? Also cancelled my electricity contract, set up an appointment for vaccination, sorted some insurance stuff, handled some mail and address related bureaucracy. Changed my laptop's CMOS battery and visited some people today. Holy shit, look at that. Super productive, getting ready for New Zealand. Are you going to New Zealand? In a month, let's go! Exciting! How long are you staying? Dude, this actually has a pretty big impact, not gonna lie. Very small things, but it adds surprisingly much to the scene, doesn't it? Hopefully going to land a nice job then, stay for a bit longer, but if not, or if I feel like going back, I'll stay 3 months? Damn, that's quite the trip. I suppose we could put some big ones up here as well. Like maybe a large dark one. You see, it's heaviest here, so maybe... that's a bit tricky though. That would be massive, wouldn't it? Maybe we just do a 90-degree one. Thing is, all of these are very small, but that might be fine because since this is further away, it's actually gonna look bigger. Oh, that's the wrong color. I keep selecting the wrong color. Let's try this one. But does that make any sense? A little bit funny. There is actually a light in here, whether you can see it or not. There is not only like fake light, technically speaking, there is actually a lamp in this room. How's your to-do list? We're doing pretty good. Let's see. We imported the Czech localization. We are currently filling rooms with more props. Another thing that would be nice to do is to fix the highlight system. Because the highlight system is a little bit weird at the moment. Like, if we go in here. You see here, if I hold here, turn my light off and turn my light on, this object is still highlighted. But if I turn the light off, I hover over the object and then turn the light on, it doesn't highlight. And likewise, if you would have seen the object now, it actually still is highlightable or highlighted. There we go. So, for example, if we teleport outside, you can see that, you see how this is highlighted? It still is. And now if I turn it on, it doesn't highlight. So it's acting a little bit weird. I had a similar issue with these. The arrows, but we have finally fixed that. So I think we just need to do something similar with the highlight system. Basically, I think the fix is to keep track, like have the item keep track of whether or not it's highlighted. And then have it listen to the flashlight events. So if highlighted, but flashlight is turned off, Like, remember that you are highlighted, but, you know, stop being highlighted. If you're still hovered, that's the thing. We should have like a bool called hovered or something. If you're still hovered when the light is turned on, then re-highlight. So I think it's fairly simple to fix it. Speaking of adding more props and stuff, I think it would be good to fill out these outdoor scenes a little bit more. This is like the first thing in the game, so I think it's fairly important that it looks good. Was the cobweb even noticeable here? I can just about see it. Am I crazy, or did I not add a cobweb here? I'm so certain I did. Oh well. Oh, right. Look at this, though. Look at this. Whoopsie. Forgot to fix that little thing. I was here during the Chaucer cluster, I mean reword? Yeah, exactly. That should solve it. And with that, the ads are over as well. Welcome back, people. That looks good. Right now, can I highlight objects while transitioning? No, I don't think that works. And they also stop being highlighted immediately as you click them, because that caused an issue before too. Always gotta play a little bit of piano, eh? Do you play piano? No. I mean, unless you mean my piano in my game. That's the only piano I play. I don't think I've ever played that song on an actual piano. I learned it to play it on my piano, which is kinda silly, to be honest. Okay. Now... I mean, I'm gonna have to add so much spiderweb. Like, I think every single room should have a bit. Pretty much. Like, even in here. Like, why should we not have a spider web here? We're gonna have to add a lot of cobwebs. The only thing is that all my 45-degree ones are on the same sprite as a 90-degree one. So otherwise I could have even put these like here. Do you play any instrument, Ilps? A bit of guitar and sing, nice. Yeah, guitar has been my like main instrument, but I don't know. I've never played enough. Do you know what I mean? Like, I kind of feel like I don't know, I just didn't practice enough, you know? There's a lot of consistent training, especially early on, yeah. Like, I played guitar in a very brute force manner, like, because here's the thing, I can play some songs where, if I play them, it sounds like I'm, like, relatively good at guitar, do you know what I mean? But then, when you factor in the fact that that's like one of the 5 songs I know, then it's a little bit more like, of course, I'm not counting like just chords here or whatever, but like because I haven't learned that song because I really nailed all of the fundamentals and I practiced and I played more and more songs with higher complexity. I just brute forced that specific song until I knew how to play it. Do you know what I mean? As you learn a certain level, it's hard to completely forget, yeah. I have little understanding of the theory as well in music, which is annoying. Yeah, same here. But the thing is, music theory is actually surprisingly interesting. Brute forcing is not always bad though, I do that too. You will improve mechanically. You do. The only thing that I think sometimes is a bit of an issue for me specifically, at least, is the fact that since, I'm not formally trained in any way, you also end up potentially learning some kind of bad habits, which then end up being really difficult to get rid of. So like one big problem I've realized that I have when it comes to playing guitar is that I hold my chords like way too tightly, or like how do I explain this? Like I push too hard. Yeah, like over gripping, yeah. Which I think is I would have expected that if I would have had like proper guitar lessons and stuff, I imagine that at some point someone would have taught me like relax your hand a little bit and like practice to not push harder than you need to. Because if I play guitar too long, I am like, my hands are cramping, Mostly self-taught as well, yeah. It's weird though, because the thing is that I quite enjoy learning stuff by myself, if that makes sense. Like same thing with game development and stuff. Like, I find it that I almost struggle more with like a tutorial or something compared to, when I just try. Like, I quite enjoy learning in a very, like, hands-on, brute force type of way. Is perhaps not always the most efficient thing, but I quite like that approach to learning. Oh shit. Have I forgotten to turn off the raycast target on these? Because non-interactable just means that nothing happens when you click on it. Non-interactable does not necessarily mean I can click through it. If these are like blocking some item, that could easily turn into a problem. I have to go through those and sort that out. But yeah, adding more spider webs is definitely the way to go. I think I can actually find. I think I posted on Instagram one of my favorite songs on guitar. It's been a good while since I posted that one, but yeah, I do. Wanna see it? This is like one of the few songs that I know on guitar, which actually sounds quite nice. Not bad at all. Cheers, man. Anyone recognize the song? Fucking great song. It's a Swedish one though, so I don't suspect too many to know which one it is. To be fair though, I think it's very possible that he actually had quite a lot of inspiration for the guitar part. Maybe even more than what you could call inspiration. So maybe that's not necessarily true. Very consistent all the way through. Cheers, man. I find that like rhythm is something I actually struggle a little bit with. There are definitely a few times when I try to like, you know, if I try to play with like a metronome or something, I actually do struggle a bit. This is what I mean, what I thought was the issue. Dodge smell 2, like, for some reason I end up wanting to select that one again. But I think it's very easy that I might end up overusing certain ones. That's not too shabby. Jan was taken, welcome in, man. Hope you're doing well. Let's try and remember to apply these as well. Yeah, I actually think we should try and add a bit of cobwebs in pretty much every room, to be honest. Maybe in here we could have a little bit of mold as well. Sure. Very useful if you gotta play with someone else. Yeah, that's probably true. I might lurk a bit, extremely knackered after today, so about the crash, no worries, Ilps. Thank you very much for lurking, and I'll catch you later. What is up, Jan? How you doing? How's your Friday going? Maybe here you should even put some like leaves and stuff on the ground, like, you know, that you would drag in from outdoors or whatever. Potentially. What is up, New Jack with the raid? Coming in here, how you doing, man? What have you been up to? Anything you wanna share? Anything you wanna show? Let me know, as always. Big shout out to Newjank, yet another game developer on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. Candles, welcome in. How's it going, Newjank? Hope your stream was good. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Madchirpy, and we are currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which, if everything goes according to plan, we should have a demo for by like the end of the month, which is pretty crazy to say. But yeah, if anyone is interested, here's a little teaser for you. There we have it. Game is available on Steam for wishlists, and we do appreciate those very much. Well, there's a sick thank you so much, Cantros. Lord sick thank you, Jan. Appreciate you. R8, welcome in. How you doing? Stream was good, got some good progress done today. Nice, man. Anything you wanna share? Any links or anything? Let me know. Looks awesome. So cheers, guys. Awesome transition. By the way, wait, which one are you referring to? Oh, do you mean just switching into the trailer? Is that what you meant? Art-wise, you should experiment with breaking up lines as they recede into the distance. That could probably have been cool. I don't know. It's a little bit tricky because it's very rare that you see very far into the distance. I mean, you certainly could do it with stuff like this, like the bricks, smaller details like that. I actually think I did that with a few things, like here. Not necessarily because it's in distance, but you know, when you kinda, rather than having this be like a perfect grid, you remove some of the lines and whatnot. Also, I think I did it with like the bricks here too. Like, not everything is like fully filled in. Congrats on the 1 year full time. Thank you very much, New Jank. Transitioning the trailer, yeah, that was smooth. Cheers, man. Oh, in the opening scene, in the yeah, in the intro. Good point. That is actually one of the places where we do have a bit more distance or whatever. Good point. That might be something we should try out. Yeah, maybe. Could be worth testing, to be honest. I'm gonna redo this one at some point. Or not, I'm not gonna fully redo it, but I'm gonna polish it up a little bit. I think I didn't really use like an onion skin layer or anything when I did these trees and stuff, so they don't move like in a perfectly logical way. And I think it wouldn't be too hard, but I think it would add a lot if maybe we like doubled the frames or something. Because it is a little bit choppy, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like getting the frame rate here of the animation or whatever, maybe, as I said, maybe doubling the frames or something. Because I think I have 4 frames now, but obviously the issue is that if I just make them quicker, then it looks like you're driving quicker. But I think like, adding like 1 frame in between each frame, I think would have made it a lot smoother. Oh yeah, I would probably need to do that for the house at the end as well. I need to record a new video, but this is the one I recorded yesterday to give the vibe of my project. Ooh, let's check it out. Damn. Damn, that's very sick, man. So wait, where did you... Because this is not full on... This is like 3D, right? What did you use for this? Did you use that... What is it called? Bench? Block bench? Is this made in block bench? Because this is not like a... I think the enemies here are 2D sprites, right? But these actually have like proper blocks. So... Oh... I'm constructing a mesh based on this... Okay, so... Like, in the raw mode or whatever, this actually is a full-on 2D sprite. Still pretty early, been working on abilities and status effects past couple of days. Nice, man. Yeah, I see we have some QEC here. I'm assuming those... Oh, no, there's also 1, 2, 3. Maybe this is like... Is this inventory? That type of stuff? And these are your abilities? Is that how that works? Other way around? Okay. Okay, so... Oh, yeah. So this is your inventory. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, 1 to 6 for items eventually. Nice, man. It's looking good. That would help too, for sure, adding frames. Yeah, I think so. I think getting a couple extra frames during the intro there would do quite a lot. How long have you been working on it, New Jank? You know? Just smash windows. I think that's kinda cool. You can also smash lights. No reason to do it. There's no reason whatsoever to smash any light. Like, you only screw yourself over. But you can do it. Yeah, we've been adding some of this stuff today, just to be able to fill the rooms up a little bit more. So we got some new books and small little paintings and stuff. Some extra cobwebs, which we'll also put in here. Give more of that, like, abandoned feeling or whatever. Can you check under the rug? Damn. Actually, you can't. You used to be able to. In the Game Jam version, you actually can. So I did originally make this as a part of a Game Jam. And in that version, you actually can check under the rugs. In this one, you can't. Which is kind of funny, because I've noticed that playtesters of my game who did play the Game Jam version, they actually do end up trying to click on the rugs. So yeah, this is about like 1 year ago, I guess a little bit less, it's like 11 months or something. This is what the game looked like. To be fair, still has a lot of similarities, but obviously like the flashlight looks a little bit awkward here. There's way less details. I obviously upped the color palette a bit. Here I only had 3 colors. I had white, black, and red. Now I have like 7. I added 2 extra shades of red and 2 shades of grey, which I think turned out pretty good. But yeah, here you can actually look under the rug. Yeah, it's funny, a lot of these sprites and stuff are actually still in the game. With some slight changes in details and stuff, but like this plant, for example, the lamp is almost the same. Cardboard box, almost the same as well. Here's the itch version, in case anyone wants to check it out. Yeah, look. It's basically the same exact plant. I just think a few of the little thingies on it ended up being grey here instead. Lamp is pretty much 1-to-1. You can still very much see that it is where the game started, but yeah, I think most of my improvements is in like the general polish section, and of course code base. Like the code in the Game Jam version is absolute spaghetti. Here I've learned a lot over the last years, so in comparison my code is like 100 times cleaner now. And then small things like this, you know, we have little dust particle effects. We have a battery system now. Doors now shake if you can't open them. Like anything that's locked will do a little shaking animation. We have this little animation when going between rooms. Before you would just, you know, immediately end up in the other room. This actually shows a bit of motion as well, which I think turned out quite nice. Ooh! Whoops. Spider web is in front of the door. I think I need to fix that. Oh yeah, you can also, one of the bigger changes as well, is that you can walk up to items now. So we can have these like close-up puzzles and stuff. Do you know what I mean? I think that was a pretty good addition as well. Add ability to check under the rug again, but it's always empty down there, except for some very obscure trigger to finally find some stupid worthless Easter egg. I like the old one. Do you prefer the old one, Wolfeet? Looking really good. Cheers, man. Yeah, so far I'm really happy with where the game is going. Am I allowed to say yes? I mean, of course you are. Of course you are allowed to say it. Like, will I ban you? Am I allowed to ban you? Yes, but you are allowed to say yes. Yeah, yeah. It's not like I just like poured my heart and soul into this game for like 1 year for you to tell me that the stuff I did first was better. So no, I don't feel like going into fetal position and crying in a cold shower. No, not at all. Not at all. I'm completely fine. Okay, how are we doing, Sancho? I'll leave it at that. Is it only because of the rug? Yeah. Removing the ability to check under the rugs, that was maybe me taking it a little bit too far. Where is my... There we go. Fill rooms up with more props. This is kind of in progress. I kind of want to fix the highlight system, not gonna lie. I wonder if we should leave this for a bit and maybe quickly look over the highlight system. That will be easiest to do outside, where we have a little bit of light. To be fair, I made the outside a lot darker though. But I think that was a good decision. Because if you noticed in the trailer, even when the light is off, you can kind of clearly see everything. Now it's... You can still see stuff here, but it's a lot darker. And I think that is good, because the way the game works is that you actually can't interact with stuff if there's no light on. And before, it was like almost bright enough to where it seemed like you should be able to interact with it. Do you know what I mean? I just died going under the rug, so I like the new one. Cheers for trying it, Chantos. Yeah, I mean, game design-wise, I think that's probably where the game has improved the most. Like, the Game Jam version is very much a... It's like a very short kind of arcade game. And very closed in terms of the level design. Like, you know, each room is one little puzzle to get into the next room, and then you're stuck there until you solve that puzzle. You know, and there's no variety in the monster, but obviously it was a game jam, right? So the scope has to be smaller. That's where I think the game has probably... The scope went up the most in terms of like being able to walk around freely to any room. And also the horror elements are going to be changed quite drastically. Because I want more variety, less... Like, in the Game Jam version, you could theoretically get jump scared like 4 times a minute. And I think that's a little bit much. For the full game, my plan is to try and focus a lot more on, like, you know, building the tension and stuff. There's gonna be jump scares in it, but it's not gonna be like every 5 seconds from start to end. What is up, Mundlow? How you doing, man? Good to see ya. Quickly, like with the curses? Exactly. You know it, man. How you doing, Mundlow? For anyone who doesn't know, Mundlow is yet another developer on Twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. Also a Swedish developer. Fellow Swede. Yes, he is also from Sweden. Yeah, go and check him out if you haven't, people. Let's see, where would this be? This would be in the interactable script. So, okay, if anyone missed it, what we want to fix is the highlight system, similar to what we did with these cursors, where since it's uninteractable when you turn off the light, we hide the cursor, or the arrow, because the arrow makes it seem like you should be able to click. But then if you turn the light on again, it shows. But also in edge cases where if I turn the light off here, I hover the exit and then turn the light on, it still appears. Whereas with the normal interactable objects, the highlight system they have, if I have the light off and I hover the door and turn this on, the door doesn't highlight. If I now go to highlight this one, it does get highlighted, but if I turn the light off, it still looks highlighted, so it feels like I should be able to click this. That is basically what I want to fix, but I think that should be fairly easy. Like, the main thing I think we have to do is to subscribe to the flashlight event. On flashlight toggled. We're gonna do something very similar to the to what we did with the arrows. Let's see, always interactable. I don't have... No, we don't have anything. So let's do a private bool for is hovered, which we're gonna default to false. Which technically I don't need to do, since a bool will always default to false, as far as I'm aware. And no worries, man. Swedes are nothing to hang in the Christmas tree. C#, not like this. Do you not like C#, Cantros? What's your preferred language? Private void on flashlight toggled, flashlight event, flashlight event. Let's see, is interactable, what do you check? If we are in gameplay and if any light is on, and if you are interactable or always interactable. Yeah, so we are gonna be able to use that one. Oh shit, on disable. Highlight object false. Let's move you over here. Get rid of that one. On pointer exit. So this is where I think we need to save a bool of whether it is highlighted or not. So basically whenever you stop hovering it, we will say is hovered is now false. No matter the gameplay, we shall always say is hovered equals true. Do I even need to check this here? Why not check this when I try to highlight it? And also, why am I not checking if it's interactable? I don't really need to do this. If we do this the right way, we shouldn't need to check during transitions. As long as we save this. Man, I don't know. Anything but C#, damn. Actually, I lied, because Java is danger as well. So many chats, yeah. Highlight object. If object image is not equal to null, and if you're supposed to highlight it. Let's denest this. If the object image is null, or if you're not supposed to highlight it, then return. If highlight and is interactable. So why, there's no reason to check up here then? This is completely unnecessary. Well, I do suppose that... No, but this is always gonna run. Yeah, this is... I think this is dumb. I'm fairly certain that is dumb. And also, I don't need to put you here either, I can just put you inside of the function to highlight the object. Or can I? No. I think I need this function... No, I need to do this here, because I'm gonna call... I wanna be able to call this function without changing this variable, so that when the flashlight is toggled, we can basically switch how we want to highlight it, which I guess we can do fairly easily. We can just check. I mean, we don't ever need to do anything if it is not hovered. So if hovered is true, then we want to, when you toggle the flashlight, we always want to do something with highlighting. But if that is true, it should be if any light is on. So if we just check the light manager, is any light on? So when the flashlight is toggled, if no light is on, then we will stop highlighting the object. If any light is on, whether that's a lamp or the flashlight, then we will highlight it. If highlight is interactable, bum bum bum. Is that all I need? Am I crazy to potentially think that is literally all I need? C# is the best language I ever tried. I agree. I don't think there's any language I have tried so far that I think is better than C#. 100% C# is the best language I have ever used. I have never used another language, to be very clear. I am a full monolingual when it comes to programming. I have no idea how it is to use any other language. But, technically speaking, C# is the best one I've ever used. Because it is the only one. It's also the worst one I've ever used. It is technically also the worst one. It is... yeah, it is both at the same time. Smash the checks into the parameter. Ooh. Wait. You're saying when I call highlight? Well, I don't need to do it here, just when you stop hovering... we always want to set this to false. But yeah, yeah, on pointer enter. Couldn't I just pause in? Is interactable. Is that... I don't know if that's what you mean. Pretty sure if we asked an AI to optimize this file, there would be some improvements. Yeah, but that's no fun. Who cares about perfect code now, guys? Come on now. If it works, it works. Ironically, I actually do think it's pretty fun to try and make my code better, so that's not entirely true. No, this is an... oh, does things crash if I remove this? Yeah. Oh, no? What? That has to do with a refactor. I'm just gonna leave that for now. 0 references, I shouldn't need that one though. Highlight color, I would do conditional if there is only 2 options. Yeah, do you mean like a ternary operator or some better stuff like that? Like object image dot color equals highlight and is interactable. I know I don't need to use these, but do I in this case? No, I don't think I do. I kinda like doing them though. I don't know why. Is that weird? If that is the case, then this should be color settings, highlight color. Otherwise, this should be set to color settings, default color. And now this entire thing is just a little one-liner. You also did the parentheses. I prefer that. I think I do too. I don't know why. Just I know a lot of the time when I do these ternary operators, people keep telling me that I don't need to do them. But there's something where I kind of like doing them, and I don't really know why. How long did it take you to learn it? Can you define learn it first? What do you mean by learn it? Like, have I learned it now? Like, when, at which point would you consider someone to have learned a programming language? Because I suppose that it kind of depends on that. Because, I mean, obviously I haven't perfected it. I still learn stuff every day. But I would say that I got comfortable. Like, as in, like, most of the time I was able to do the things I wanted to do without constantly having to look stuff up. Maybe not in the best way, but I could get it to work. Been professionally enough to be able to think of an idea and go code it? Yeah, exactly. How long did that take? I mean, at the end of Pastry Pops, my first little catching game, I think I was fairly comfortable at that point. Which means I had scrapped my first RPG game, started making Pastry Pops, a very simple catching game. After like a month, I stopped to make my next RPG game, because I thought, now I definitely know how to make a massive RPG game. Obviously. I spent like, what? 3-4 months or something working on that RPG game before I inevitably realized that, nope, this is still way too big of a scope for me. And at that point I went back and finished Pastry Pops, so maybe... I might say that I was like fairly... Like, I still sucked at it, but I kinda was able to do the things I wanted. Maybe... 6 months in or something? Potentially? I don't know. Like I said, it's tricky because I feel like it's fairly recent that I've gotten proficient in the sense of that, like, I can make the things I want in a pretty decent way. Because at that point, there was probably still a lot of, like, really shitty code, but, like, I still managed to get it to work. Does that make sense? If it's to the point of where it actually ended up being, like, semi-decent, I mean, I guess you could argue that hasn't happened until I started streaming full time and stuff, so in that case it would have been like 2 years instead. I'd remove the brackets too. Which brackets? Wait, there's no brackets I can remove. My idea would clean them automatically. The issue with the brackets for me... Oh wait, you mean the parentheses? I think. My brain would assume that they're needed and expect some logic that requires them when while the reality is contradicting. So it affects the readability or computing speed in my brain. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time I think that these type of like conventions and stuff, a lot of the time it's also fairly subjective, right? Like, for example, for a while, this is something I started doing recently. When I do a return statement, I might actually put a return on the same row. I learned somewhat recently that you, for a if statement with only one operation or whatever, one line of code, you don't even need the squiggly brackets or whatever. So I started doing this for a little time, or for a little while, but I found that I actually don't like this. I kind of like having these. Same thing here, yeah. In this case I wouldn't need it either, but there's something where, I don't know, I feel like it becomes inconsistent when I use these 90% of the time, but then like 10% of the time I don't. That feels inconsistent to me, so I rather Like, the only exception right now is that where my formatting is a bit different is this. When it's a simple return check, I might put it on the same row. That's like the only exception where you could argue that I'm being a little bit inconsistent. To be very clear though, you will still find places in my code that looks like this. I do every now and then, but I've actually started changing them back. So there's even also another thing, underscores. Here all of my private variables have underscores. That wasn't always the case. There is a few, if I go to something like, I think my transition manager, just that one is fairly old. Nope, everything has that. Game manager maybe. Nope. My room manager. Yeah. Nope, I have underscores everywhere. I know there are a few scripts where, like, some of my variables have underscores, some don't. Menu button, this one, come on now. Nope. My menu manager. Here we go, look at that. Private game object, no underscore. Private game object with underscore. Like, it's basically every other. So that one is, you know, a little bit inconsistent, you could argue. But that is because I have, like, to be very clear, I don't like this either. I don't want it to look this way. I just can't really be bothered to fix it because I can't be bothered changing the fucking... I'm gonna lose the references unless I do that weird thing where you kind of save the reference in the line. But yeah, I just haven't been bothered to fix it because what this means is that when I started making my menu manager, I didn't use this convention. Now I do, so I've started adding it everywhere. But yeah, it is a little bit weird. For me, I'm not sure if NN has higher precedence than question mark colon. On top of my head, so the parenthesis makes it so that I don't have to think of... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean. You mean like question mark colon as in like the ones in the ternary operator? I went from using squiggly brackets all over to skip them for return statements. I dislike underscores though, so never use them. Interesting. This is where AI becomes very helpful. The manual shit work. Not really in this case, because the issue isn't that I can't be bothered renaming the variables. The issue is that in editor I can't be bothered to reassign the references. Because if you rename something, you will lose the reference. So it's not really the code part that I can't be bothered about. It's the like assignment in the inspector. I know there is something I could do, so I guess you could argue that I could ask AI to do that thing, because I think there is something where it's like, I don't know, previously assigned as this and like keep that reference. I think something like that exists, but it's not something I looked into too much at the moment. Yeah, I don't know why I started doing underscores. I think it's because I read the C# convention thing on Microsoft, and they said that you should use underscores. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna do that then. C# Microsoft conventions for naming. Shouldn't contain 2 consecutive underscores. Okay, that's different. Private instant fields start with an underscore, and the remaining text is camel cased. I think basically I read through this and I was like, it seems like that is the convention, so I'm just gonna start doing that. I didn't really think about it much deeper than that. I kinda like it though. I do kinda like it. Oh, look at that. Oh shit, I actually think we fixed it. Yeah, highlighted. Not highlighted. Highlighted. Not highlighted. What happens if I would highlight you? Open the pause. No, that should trigger on point exit. Yeah. I think we fixed it. That looks like it fits to me. It's good to follow general conventions. Yeah, the thing is that, like, you know, I didn't really feel like I'm in a position to start, like, waffling on and just making my own conventions all over the place. Like, for someone who's, you know, who was very new to this, it felt like, you know, if this is what they say I should do, I should probably do it this way first. It is one of those things where, like, isn't that some expression or something where, like, you kind of need to know the rules to break them or some shit like that? I guess that's kind of what I'm trying to say. Like, it felt like I should probably learn what you're supposed to do before I start, like, coming up with my own ideas or whatever. But I know this stuff can also change, like, just because Microsoft says that's a convention doesn't mean every company that uses C# is gonna use the same convention. That is looking pretty good, if I may say so myself. I think that is a fix. Fix highlighted objects while toggling a flashlight. Donezo. This would be nice to fix as well. I mean, I've technically played this game for like 800 hours, and this has only happened to me in the last week or something. Oh no, it's because I recently added the kick out of the credits. That's what causes this. So yeah, I think that is something I need to fix at some point. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, but I'll be back in just a minute or so. Commit, we probably should. Good shout, good shout. I definitely don't do enough, like, small commits. Props, cobwebs, and books. Okay, ads are running though, so let me take a short little break here and I'll be back in just a minute. Appreciate your patience. And we are back. I think it has been the convention since before, when editors didn't have color coding anymore. Today I think it's redundant. The only benefit I see is that it might make it easy to search for private variables. Okay, what do we call this? Props, cobwebs, and books. That is what we started off doing, isn't it? Oh, we also did the check localization. Props and books. I think that is... we did do the mold as well. Ads should be over. Welcome back, people. that checklist mean it's almost down? It's near the end? Not really. Because we also have this. This is like the small tweet section, but to be fair, all of this isn't about the game specifically though. Like, this is about like announcements for the demo, potential like content to be edited for the demo, localization, which is fairly quick for me to implement. This is all like the overarching stuff for releasing the demo. Like, you know, it's stuff that's around the game as well. Like reaching out to content creators, finishing the trailer, updating the Steam page, you know, stuff like that as well. But this list also keeps on being added to be fair. It's very possible that I'm gonna find more stuff I wanna polish up for the demo. The main thing I really need to do right now, because I feel like the game is getting into a pretty polished state in general. So I think the most important thing is to actually figure out the... What's the word I'm looking for here? You know, the path of the demo. Like the how you should go from A to B. Like in which order you should do the puzzles or whatever. Because I think I might change that for the demo. Because I don't know if it's the... Like initially I was going to just take the content I have, which is like, for a new player, around 1 hour of content. And I'd just like cut it off after 15 minutes. Not as a timer, but like where I think that the 15 minutes would be... How far I would think that the player would get after 15 minutes. At that point, I basically just put like the demo ending scene or whatever. But I don't know if that's the best way of going about it. So I think it's possible that I might actually, yeah, change like the pacing. What is up, everyone? Escaminia, welcome in as well. Congrats for the first year, how did it go? Cheers. I mean, overall, I think it's gone good. Sustainable, starving. Financially, it's fucked. Like, nowhere near sustainable financially speaking. I still have food though, I can still buy food, so that's good. But other than everything except for financials, I think it's going great. I think it's going fantastic. I'm learning a ton, I'm having fun. The game is progressing. But yeah, I might be down like... What did I say? I did calculate it earlier. I think my... if you count in my like general expenses, which I do, at that point I'm down like $15,000 or something. So, you know, financially we're a bit fucked, but other than that we're doing great. Yeah, in general, when it comes to polish, I think this is the main thing. Making sure that rooms like just have more stuff going on. Because like that, we do have a few of those rooms that I think are just far too empty. This is not enough. And it's weird, like why is there one box and a plant and an empty shelf? Like, you know, I need to fix stuff like this. I mean, the hallway is fine, because this is a hallway. This is kind of fine, even though there's only a very few things in here. It's kind of messy, which I think kind of makes it work. Good reuse of the plant there, Chappy. Good job. I mean, the kitchen is kind of fine. Adding a bit of cobwebs in here could be nice, but otherwise I'm fairly happy with this. This just way too empty. We have a few of those rooms where I just think we need more stuff. Some are good. Like the clock room I'm fairly happy with. Garage is kind of fine. I wouldn't mind. It would be good to get a bit more stuff going on outdoors as well, especially since this is where the game starts. Having a few more props, maybe a few more interactable items. That should be good. Main hall is another one where there's enough going on with the structure, so the fact that it's kind of empty in terms of like furniture and stuff doesn't really matter. This also makes sense that a room like this is fairly empty. In a similar manner as the hallway. I think the bathroom is kind of fine, also doesn't need to have too much stuff. But like something like the TV room or whatever, like this just isn't enough. There needs to be more things going on in here. Even if we're just reusing some of the furniture and stuff, at least just having more stuff. That's what matters, being happy, true. Do you have a picture frames for the walls? I do. I do have a handful. We have this one, which is like a castle in the distance. We have, well, there's a mirror, but basically the same frame. We have this one, which is like a little house in a garden. And we have this one, which is some painting of some guy. I think those are the ones we have. I think it's a good shout though, adding more paintings, but it's a painting you could have in almost every single room, right? I feel like paintings are one of those good things where it doesn't... It wouldn't feel like you have too many of them, do you know what I mean? Whereas, like, if I would use the same bookshelf in, like, every single room, that would be a bit... I mean, to be fair, if I use the same painting everywhere, that would also be a bit weird. So, I guess you could. Because technically these are still... Even though they are the same object, but they are different, right? So more painting is probably a good shout. Let's add it to the list. I mean, there would definitely be some cobwebs in the garage, right? Especially, like here you can see, we have taller stuff going on here, so maybe put in a kind of light, large cobweb up in this corner. Maybe add a couple of dark ones as well. Something in the shelf, perhaps? I assume that a good way of thinking about this is just looking where it's the most empty. So since I have this here, it's better to put the cobweb here. That looks a little bit weird. There's too much going on here. Guess I should put it here too. But then I kind of feel like you should be one of the dark ones. Not as visible, but still some detail. Maybe a bit extra mold in here as well. Do like a medium one or something. You know, small little details. Sure. I mean, to be fair, could even do something like this. Maybe on the other side.
Time to stretch.
Probably a good shout. Move it up a bit extra. I definitely think that cobwebs are quite good. I don't really know if we can have too much of it. I mean, I think you should have too much cobwebs in a single room. But, like, I don't know if it would... if anything would feel weird about having cobwebs in every single room. I think that could work, to be honest. What more painting could I do? Just to make someone in the rooms next to each other. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, the same one? Like the same layout or whatever? Yeah. I think we can use the same cobweb, but yeah, I don't think they can be positioned in the same way in every room, because that would end up being noticeable. Exactly, identical cobwebs in the same position, yeah, that would turn into an issue, I think. Made it feel a balance since a long time ago, yeah. Cobwebs can't even produce webs. I do think that doing a new font for handwritten documents could be nice. Because right now I have the same font pretty much everywhere in the game. I think that could be worth looking into, because it would be fairly easy to sort out as well. think you can filter for handwritten. This one is pretty nice. Because it's still fairly easy to read. This one feels a bit too... I don't know. This one feels a bit almost like too... cartoony in some sense? I don't know. It feels too silly. You know what I mean? I don't super mind this one either. Maybe that one is even easier to read, to be honest. Like, my other font is quite literally a typewriter font, you know? So that one on, like, handwritten documents feels a little bit weird. Only issue is that I would need to do this for pretty much... Oh, shit. Spider webs are in front of the puzzle. I would have to do it for every language. Like, I need a handwritten Cyrillic one, a handwritten Chinese one, and so on. Okay, that should be good. Yeah. Did I mess that up in some other room? Where you can walk up to something? Where have I added cobwebs? Didn't do anything in TV room yet. I added some here, but... think we fixed that. Yeah, the puzzle is at the very bottom. Didn't I make some script to automatically move puzzles as the bottom one? Or am I being silly? Oh shit, wait, did I make the room do that? Because that would be a bit silly if that's what I did. Puzzle. No? I'm so sure room manager? Puzzle. Oh, so I did something where I decided... Oh no, I'm mixing it up. No, there's another object which I always made sure to put at the... I made sure to always put behind puzzles. Yeah, I'm mixing it up. Why wouldn't I make puzzles automatically become the last child? Why would that not be a thing? What is there any issue that could come from that? Is there any time where I wouldn't want a puzzle to end up as the last child? I don't think so. The only issue is if we have more puzzles than one, but then, I mean, one of them has to be treated before the other one. And, like, you can't open two closer puzzles at once, so that's not going to be an issue. Why... I cannot see a reason as to why I shouldn't make sure that puzzles are always just a last child. Do I not have an await function? I don't want to do it on enable. That feels unnecessary. Wait. If I don't do a virtual one, can I have an await function in the parent class as well as the child class? Because I know that if I do a virtual one here, then I need to do an override in the child class that like inherits from this one. This is one of the few cases where I still use inheritance. But should I have... Because this one has a private void await. I mean, I guess I can just try and see what happens. What if I do a private void await? Would that cause an issue? And then we just do transform dot set as lost sibling. I mean, I don't get an error. I wonder if it overwrites it or something. I'm actually not entirely sure how this works. If my class has a private void await and the subclass, I guess, that inherits from it also has an await function, should this cause some issue? Unity C#. I'm not actually called via inheritance or overriding. Instead, Unity calls him through internal message system by method name. Your private void await in the base class is not inherited. Private members are invisible to subclasses. Okay, that made sense. Subclass never even sees the base await. Unity will still call both base and subclass await methods independently when those components are active. Okay. If you declare await in the subclass, you are not overriding the base one, since the base is private. Instead, Unity just detects that there's an await method on that subclass and calls it too. So will both run? Both awaits will run, but without relationship. Oh, in that case it's fine. And I can just leave it like this. Okay, so let's test this. Let's take the puzzle. Scheiße. Let's take the clock here and put you behind all of the books and cobwebs again, which was an issue before. Now I think we should automatically fix that. Yeah? It's weird though, because it doesn't show up in the hierarchy here. Oh, because you're not enabled. Yeah, of course not. Yeah, await doesn't call until you get enabled, and you don't get enabled until I click on it. So the moment I click on you, no, the moment that you get activated, you get moved as the lost sibling. Well, that's fucking great. Now I no longer need to worry about that. I don't know why I never thought about doing that before. We do have another issue here, though. That one I do need to fix. Unless I went crazy and made doors always be right behind the puzzles or whatever, but that's kind of crazy. I don't want to do that. No, because there might be cases where I want a door to still be in front of furniture and stuff. Like if this had a door that you would open, it needs to be in front of this. But wait, no, the question is if I ever need a door to be behind something, which I... Yes, I don't. But I'm still not gonna do that, because fuck that. I can't be bothered. So let's go into the hallway. Let's make sure we override everything. And then the right door should be in front of the cobweb. You know, maybe I should make a new symbol for room details. That could be kind of nice. Look at that. Beautiful. It's a glass door. How would you symbolize room? This is so not the most important thing. This is definitely not what I should be working on. How would you symbolize room details? Because I made some of these where... Oh yeah, this is it. These are my editor icons. So these are rooms. This is like props, objects or whatever. Like furniture, so on. These are like close-up puzzles. These are items you can pick up. How would you symbolize room details? Like, to be fair, all of them are like mold and spiderweb, so I guess I could do a spiderweb. Yeah, to be fair, now that I think of it, you could definitely argue that, like, a lot of those things that right now are considered props, like plants, paintings and so on, could technically be considered room details as well. Because right now the only thing I have as room details are like mold, cobwebs, and I don't use this anymore, but like bloodstains, like that kind of stuff is kind of what I right now call room details. Whereas, to be fair, like paintings and, you know, little plants and stuff, this is still under props. Though plants are probably all gone dead. Yeah, I do try to make them look kind of like they're hanging down a bit, like they're not in the greatest state. How you doing, Devious? How did you end up in web development now again? Oh god, it actually took me a second. I was just about to ask you, wait, what are you talking about? When I actually got it. Okay, but right now it's basically only spiderweb, so fuck it, I might just do a spiderweb. And no, I don't know why I'm putting my time and effort right now into this. It's definitely not what I should be working on. I mean, I don't know if I want it like that. Could do like that. That's fine. But you know what? Sometimes it's fun to just do a quick, silly little thing, isn't it? Wait, what? No. Sure. Sure thing. Oh, did I add that to everything now? That's not what I wanted to do. Not too shabby. Oh, there's some decal. That might actually be better. Yeah, I might have to switch my naming and start calling it a decal instead. Because that much more explains what this... Because a decal is like a sticker, and that is basically what this is. It's something you just put on a wall or on the floor or something like that, that is not really ever considered an object. Whereas like when I call it room details, like a small plant or like a painting could definitely be considered that. So maybe decal, yeah, that might be a good shout. That might actually be a better naming convention. Oh wait, I just have to export this as well. What do I call this? Icon, maybe? Yeah. Icon, so let's actually call this icon decals. I need to set this up in any way. Huh. That's interesting. I actually... I actually use filtering on these. They're so small, I don't think it matters. Were the markers? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, do you mean if these should be considered like markers as well? Or do you mean if they actually marked something? Oh yeah, wait. How do I do this? Oh yeah, wait, this is easy. I just do this. Because I have like icon things, yeah, props icon. We just call this decal icon. This might be a little bit silly, but it works. While we're in the game, wouldn't those just be labels? Oh no, this specifically is just for the editor. It makes it really easy for me to see, like, to find the item I want. Like, I instantly know if something is a room, and like, if I see this symbol, I know it's something I can pick up. Just figure that for these right now, I don't have anything, and I don't feel like it's fair to call or to put the same icon on this spider comb as I do on a furniture. Okay, so now all we do is that we go into decal here. We add this one. And to be fair, we should probably make this completely... Like, do I actually need anything? I guess I need it to be a class for this. Yeah, and I need it to be mono behavior so I can put it on an object. But that's really all I need. So now, if we go back... Here, no. Here. Okay, which one did I add this on? You. So if I put this at the very top now. Yeah, look at that. We have a little spider web in the actual editor. It just doesn't show up here. So all of you guys should have the detail icon, and it should be, I think it has to be at the top. Yeah, look at that. Now it's updated. Nice. Okay, short little side mission there, but why not? I feel like it is nice. Yeah, more paintings was a good shout too. I definitely think I should do some more paintings. Because that's a very easy way to fill up like the extra wall space and stuff. I mean, this one looks more handwritten. I would say this one is quite a lot easier to read. Maybe except for the H. The R should kind of be seen as a V as well. In that case, this one is actually clearer. As I mentioned before, I'm kinda potentially thinking about if we should add special fonts to the handwritten documents in the game. Yeah, something like this. No. No, this is actually... I don't think this is what I want, but pretty good font for a horror game, to be honest. This is... I think that is too hard to read. I don't know, I'm kinda starting to lean towards this one, to be honest. And this one is harder to read. I don't love the H and R's here. This one is a bit cleaner though, like nothing is slanted and so on. But this is fairly easy to read, isn't it? seems to have support for all of our weird characters. Because that is a good shout. We need to make sure that this works for, like, you know, Czech and Spanish as well. It seems good. What about the Czech E with circumflex or whatever it's called? This one. Can do that one? Yeah. It seems like we have support for all of them. And yeah, just I don't think we're gonna do like I don't know. I could have gone with a pixel art font. But like the issue is that a lot of the time pixel art fonts are just a lot harder to read. I mean, I guess you could pick one of these that kind of high res, but at that point, like if you're doing really high res pixel art font, at that point it's a little bit like, why even do a pixel art font? Oh shit, is this all of it? This is all of the pixel art fonts they have. So yeah, that would be a problem for other languages as well, probably. Unless I have some other filters going on. No, I don't think so. Like, is the like, simplified Chinese? No. And at that point, if I'm only gonna have it for some languages, I don't know. I don't think I would do a pixel art font for this game. I think it works quite well as is. I feel like fonts are kind of one of those exceptions. Like, this seems fine. Even though it isn't like pixel art. But this font I'm using is like a typewriter font, and I feel like it looks a little bit weird on like handwritten documents. Do I still have my test document? No. But like this one, we can take. Like here, I kind of feel like it could have been nice to have something that looks a little bit more handwritten. Why does it look weird? I don't know, because it doesn't look handwritten, I suppose. I think I might have other documents that I don't know if I necessarily can show, but where it's even more obvious that this would be handwritten. And at that point, I don't know, sometimes I feel a little bit like, could it be nice to potentially have the font actually look a little bit more handwritten? I don't know, what do you guys think? I feel like it just flows with the overall 2D aspect of the game. Yeah, maybe it does. I definitely, no matter what, I think this would be like the absolutely last priority. I see what you mean, because it looks like aged paper, so obviously it was handwritten. So I see what you mean for sure. Yeah. I mean, I think actually I recently switched my Russian font. I think that one was almost the worst. Because at the very least, my default font is like, this is like a typewriter. which still gives you like a old school document type vibe in some manner. However, obviously it doesn't look handwritten, but with something like the Cyrillic font, this is a very like, this is a bit more of a fancy font. Do you know what I mean? And this one almost strikes me even more as like, it feels like there is some dissonance going on here. So I think we should do this. No. I shouldn't have said both in a game. Text might be hard to read in pixel art or handwritten, so I might prefer it being easy to read. I agree, I definitely... Like, pixel art I don't think I want. Just in general, I think pixel art fonts a lot of the time are just too hard to read. At least if it's gonna be like low-res pixel art. However, something like this, which looks more handwritten, but would you say... Because I don't know if I would consider this to be hard to read. Now, obviously you could argue that that might not be the same for everyone. Just because I can read as well doesn't mean everyone would. This one is a little bit more messy. Maybe too messy. And like, I wouldn't want to do something like... I wouldn't want to do something like this. Just this is almost even to the point where I struggle reading this. But something like this, maybe? You're just bragging you can read. Also, as a player, I don't think we're looking at the font that hard either. Yeah. Question is, though, if you still, like, subconsciously would react to it. Do you know what I mean? Like, would the player consider the game 5% more polished if the font matched the handwritten sense or whatever? I don't think so. I mean, we could just try it, just to see how it feels. I think I like this one the most. No way. I know that Lyomatech, who made the Russian localization, sent me a handwritten font for Cyrillic. Can work for... Wait, is that the same one? Oh, I think that's the same one. So does that mean that this one just has support for Cyrillic? Is that what that means? Or would I need to download it as the Cyrillic font? Oh no, it looks fine. Oh, so I think this would actually work for potentially both Cyrillic and the Latin. There is one more though, which is... How do I do this? Yeah. Language... Simplified Chinese is another one we have. That looks unsupported to me, right? That's a default font. Yeah, because it doesn't match the font whatsoever, right? I'm fairly certain that means we don't have support for it. Can I not see just about? I mean, it would be pretty nice if they just... Here, glyphs and languages. Yeah, Cyrillic. Language support. 557 languages available. But yeah, Chinese is not... Oh no, those Javanese. I thought it said Japanese. Yeah, it does not have support for Chinese. Now, the only issue here, which I find, like, I trust this one for Cyrillic because Lyometech, who reads Cyrillic, recommended it, saying that this should work for notes and journals. I have a very hard time knowing which ones of these are hard or easy to read. This one immediately strikes me as something that looks like it would be more hard to read. I don't know if maybe like the top one looks the easiest. I guess we can always compare like how similar these are. And if you can clearly make out... Wait, is this written with the same font? Oh shit. That one is fairly different. But it could also just be that this is the way that they write it in the handwritten way. Because sometimes it's not always consistent, right? Like in English, for example, you might have this A and you might have this A. But like for the vast majority of like people who read this alphabet, like this is not difficult whatsoever. So even though one of those looked like this or whatever, and the other one looks like this, it could just be similar to the different A's we have. Or another example would be the, I don't know how, I wrote that one in a very weird way, but the force we have, like I would instantly recognize these as force, even though that they have a pretty different shape, right? So it could be something like that as well, you never know. Yeah, that is the issue, like it's surprisingly difficult when you don't speak the language, right? Because I can only assume what it's like to read this. May the force be with you. Second one looks hard too, looks bunched up. Yeah, I agree. Like if you look at the third one, or the fifth one as well. Oh yeah, look at this one. No, that's horrible. This must be difficult to read. This too. I feel like the top one looks handwritten enough, and my instinct would tell me that this is the easiest to read. Only reason I'm thinking of it is because we're talking about it at first glance. If this was my first time playing a game, it looks great. Okay. What do you think, everyone? The first one is the best in my opinion. I think so too. The fourth one is not horrible. That one looks like it could be fairly... But it seems very, very wide. Like if you look at the third one here, which is... Oh, you know what? That one is actually fairly different in all of these. Once again though, you don't know. It could be that when they write it by hand, it just turns out... I guess I could potentially Google or ChatGPT this. Martian Zeng font legibility. Do you know if the Zeng font is easy to read Just watch a video of someone write in Chinese and try and see. Well, the issue there is that I need them to write the same character, and there is like 100,000 characters in Chinese. So, theoretically, the chance of them writing the same one... I mean, I suppose that some of them are more common. Just, you know, in daily life, I don't think they use all of them. But they have a shit ton of characters. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up. Cannot skip this one, unfortunately. Yes, but easy to read depends on how and where you use it. Let me break it down. Graphic handwriting style font. Expressive and stylized with brushstroke qualities and irregular line width, as is common with script fonts. There's a known issue reporting the is mistakenly designed or displayed as something else in the font. That's interesting. That doesn't sound great. Overall, it is moderately readable, especially when used with care for decorative, headline or emphasis text rather than long bodies of text. The thing is though, the longer a document is in my game, generally speaking, the more likely it is to not be handwritten. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you get a very long, like, formal letter, that one might be printed. Whereas, like, a small little 2-sentence note you find somewhere, that feels more handwritten. Use an easy term, like how to write hello in Chinese and compare it to the font. Ah, that's a very good shout. The only issue is that we did not have a lot to choose on here. Like, we have these 4 fonts in terms of handwritten stuff. And looking at this one, this has to be the most readable one. No way that this is the one. And I don't think this one either. I guess potentially I could see if I can ask the guy who localized the game for me to Chinese and see what he thinks about this. Potentially. Chinese, ni hao ma. It looks fairly different. A lot more like rounded edges and stuff compared to I see it. But let me see a Chinese ni hao ma. Because even if they write it, it's possible that they write it in a very clean manner. Wait, that's interesting. Ni hao ma. Is that 4 characters? Because I think it's similar to Japanese, right? Where it's like a whole sound or syllable per character. Ni hao ma. Oh, it should be like ni ha u ma, potentially. Oh wait, this is not the same one I have. Or did I post it here? No? Wait. Ni hao ma. Was that something other? Oh, did he not write Ni hao ma? Just Ni hao ma is not hello. Ni hao ma is like how are you, isn't it? You just say Ni hao here. Oh wait, did he write the same thing in 2 different styles? Is that what he did? Oh yeah, he did. I'm just being dumb. He just wrote it over again. Yeah. I mean, it is fairly different. It is fairly different. There's only katakana and hiragana. They also have kanji. Oh yeah, that is true. That is true. I do suppose I'm mixing this up with hiragana and katakana. Here though it is syllables, since I realized that this was a ni hao ma, right? Just this is probably ni hao. If you count a diphthong as a syllable, that is, which I think you do in most cases. Yeah, I don't know, I get a little bit hesitant here. What is up, Jotson? How he doing? Good to have you, man. Big shout out to Jotson, yet another game developer here on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. Like, it feels like this font is fairly stylized. Which makes me lean a little bit more towards it. But if you notice like how short this stroke is, for example, and how wide this one is. Whereas here, it's just a small little quick curve and then a really long one here. But in that case, it is fairly different. I mean, this is also thicker though, because I was gonna say that the spacing in here is a lot different, but this is a much more thick font, so that perhaps could make a difference as well. What do you feel, Jotson? Looking at this, would you get the impression that this is an easy to read font, or easy enough to read font? It's so difficult though when you can't read it, right? Because it's like I said before, like just because it looks different doesn't necessarily mean that it's hard to read. Like, these are 2 very different A's. They are both very easy to read. Like, these are both 2 very different 4s, but both are easy to read. You know, you never know. It could be that it's just another style of writing it or whatever. I know I can read all kinds of handwriting in English, so it's probably fine. Yeah. To be fair, if you couldn't read, I wonder if there's anywhere in the game right now where I have something that, like, not being able to read this specific handwritten thing is gonna make you not be able to complete the game. I don't think that's the case. That is good. The overall stroke of the character is the same, that's what matters, I think, yeah. You have a Chinese translator? You should also translate it. I probably should. Probably should. Now, the only thing is that for Chinese, it's the only one where I actually hired someone to do it. So I think that's where, like, I don't want to bother him too much either, do you know what I mean? Me being a bit Swedish here. Don't want to pick the Comic Sans of Chinese fonts, right? True. We can try it. It's by far, my impression is that this is the easiest one to read. Looking at these. Yeah, I think we can try it. Okay, so we do this one for Cyrillic and for all of the others. Because this one is... I think this one is definitely easy to read. And then this one for Chinese. Wait. Why does it say static here? Is that the same as in Unity? Does that mean I couldn't use this one dynamically? I think that just means it's not different styles or weights or anything. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that should be fine. Yeah. Oh wait, that's a different one. Is it? Oh no, that's just it's not supported by this. Yeah, there's no other thingy like that, is there? Yeah, this is only different sizes. I think you're right. Wait, one question though. Does this one have... No, but this will be the fallback font anyway, so it doesn't matter if this one has support for Cyrillic, because we're gonna have this one be the default anyway. That should be fine. Let's try this quickly. Ah, shit. I keep forgetting to buy WinRAR. Every time, man. Use 7-zip. But then I feel like I would miss the message about my trial having ended. Wouldn't you? Caveat variable font, and there's also a static one. I think static is... no. Gamedev with the raid. Welcome in, man. How are you doing? How was your stream? What have you been up to? Shout out to Gamedev, yet another developer on Twitch. You want to check him out if you haven't. Anything you want to share, anything you want to show, let me know. No, not at all. 7-zip is way better. Hey, you're still going? I just woke up not long ago. Well, good morning to you, Brent. Cue the transition. Shall we have a transition? Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know me, I'm working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which, if everything goes according to plan, we should have a demo for in about, like, a couple of weeks, which is kind of mad. But yeah, here is the teaser. That we have it. Make sure to wishlist the game on Steam, would very much appreciate it. Jojo got a bunch of stat stuff figured out, was mainly data, but now my animals sleep when exhausted. Nice, man. Wow, nice true, cheers, man. Okay, we got the caveat font. We've been working on a bunch of stuff today. Sorted out some new props. We fixed my little highlight system, and now we're gonna try and see if potentially we should have some what do you call it? Like more handwritten fonts for certain documents and so on. I think it's worth trying at the very least. And all of these are going to be lit. So, first one is, what was it called? Caveats? This one. Or is it Control Shift F12, I think? There we go. Go away. I always get errors when I start playing a run with fonts. Okay, main thing we need to do is to update the material, because this one does need to be lit. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, can I not just like copy Atlas? No. Copy material properties. SRP. Bam bam bam. Okay, TextMesh Pro, SRP, Sprite Lit. And I think I should be able to paste. There we go. Everything should be fine. And then we have the Mashanzeng. No idea how to pronounce that. Let's make you into a font as well. Then we need to switch the material and paste the properties. And just to remain consistent, let's rename this into lit as the prefix, so I know that this is a lit material. There we go. And then caveat, which is going to be the default one, you should have a fallback font for the Chinese one. Easy peasy. And let's use the journal as the test thing here, which I guess is under inspections. Oh no, wait, I instantiate that one, don't I? Let's see, I might have some spoiler stuff here, so that's fine. Do I? Give me just a second here. Just gonna switch this font into the no, caveats. That's what we want. Now, let's see how this looks in-game. Let's start with the English one. Ooh, it's kind of small, you know? This font ended up being a lot smaller than the other one. Alright, I thought I was gonna change something, I don't know why. I think it is definitely readable enough. I would probably need to go through and update the font size, because this feels a little bit too tiny, doesn't it? I'm surprised there's such a difference. I think the other font felt like twice as big. I think it's pretty nice though, like in terms of just how it feels to have a more handwritten font. But yeah, I do think I would have to increase the size on pretty much every inspectable object. That is better, isn't it? Much better? I think so. I am surprised though that it was such a big difference. Does it feel a little bit Comic Sansy though? I mean, it does kind of feel slightly Comic Sansy. Maybe, yeah. But I do think it's better. I think I like it. I think I need to move the title down a little bit. That one feels a little bit cramped. I guess since the map gets filled in as you go, Maybe this should be handwritten as well. Know what I mean? Because you could kind of argue that, you know, since the map gets filled in, you know, you could kind of think that maybe the player is kind of drawing the map as it goes. Especially since we have like markers and stuff. Yeah, maybe. This is lit, right? Yeah. I think I like it. I'm like semi-certain that I like it. Should you be able to remove cobwebs? Cleaning simulator. %1 chance of getting a spider jump scare every time you do it. Nah, I'm probably being silly. I tend to be. Yeah, I think we're gonna try the handwritten font. Potentially add new fonts for handwritten documents. I mean, I have technically added it. Let's check that one. And then do change the font of handwritten documents. This one will be ongoing for a while. We'll see, I might sort some of this stuff over the weekend. We'll see. But I should probably try and... no. We're gonna have a working weekend. I think I should probably prioritize the pacing and the actual content for the demo. Because like I mentioned before, we have like enough content. I just don't... I'm not entirely sure if I just want to cut the demo off after the first 15 minutes. Or if maybe I should like switch the content around a little bit for the demo. Like maybe there's some puzzle that maybe right now is kind of late in the game. Then maybe I want that to be a part of the demo and so on instead. I don't know, potentially. It's possible. However, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is where we're gonna have to call it for the day. Please stick around. Let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. Fucking 1 year of game development, eh? 1 year of streaming. Kind of crazy. Who should we go to today? 8-hour stream, rookie numbers, that's what I'm saying. To be fair, I think my average stream is like 10 hours or something. Hey, Whitechapel, what is up, man? How are you doing? Thank you for the stream, Chappy. Get some good rest. Cheers, man. Ladies and gentlemen, before we find someone to raid, if you have not followed the one and only The Whitechapel, definitely do so. Amazing pixel artist. He's the type of guy that makes pixel art good enough to the point where I want to quit. I should probably get motivated, but it almost makes me want to give up, because I'm like, yeah, that's... I will not be able to do something that looks that good. Do you know what I mean? Check him out if you haven't. You know what? Let's go to... Let's head over to Beats Creations. Working on some art and stuff at the moment. Looking good. He just started his stream, so why not? Don't quit on us, you're killing it. Cheers, man. As always, thank you all so much for hanging out. I truly do appreciate it. If you haven't, make sure to go and wishlist Shroud of Gloom. If you want to connect more with the community, join the Discord. Of course, don't forget to click that little follow button down here somewhere if you've been enjoying the stream and you haven't done so yet. Make sure to hit that one as well. Yeah, that will be it for me today. I can't believe I almost cried on stream today. That is fucking mad. Anyway, that happened. That did happen. Took me kind of by surprise, but oh well. But yeah, truly from the bottom of my heart, it's been a whole year of game development, a whole year of full-time content creation, streaming, all of that good stuff. And I do want you guys to know that I truly do appreciate having you guys here. It does mean a lot, so yeah, I want you guys to know that. And with that, I will see you guys on Monday. So yeah, let's hope the Beats Creations throw that chirpy raid in the chat, and I will see you guys on Monday. Have a great weekend, everyone. Cheers.